We're good.
Everybody ready? Mr. Talley, you ready? It's 5:58. Mr. Wolozowski's in the house.
I guess it means we're starting.
We're starting. Oh.
Her face is as red as her dress now.
Stop. I've got to get myself together. It's 5:58 p.m. on Tuesday, February 18th, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. Wood chips and all. And I'm like, okay. I'd like to welcome those who are participating in the Board of Education meeting in person and those watching the meeting via live stream on YouTube. We would ask that anyone addressing the board to please use the microphone at the podium and to identify themselves for the record. As a reminder, the link to the meeting is on the district webpage under the Board of Education. The streaming will run through the end of the meeting. In the event there is a disruption in the streaming, I will pause the meeting until it is reestablished. We are on item B of the agenda, Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, we are pleased to have two students to lead the pledge, Henry Boyle from Ann Parish Elementary and Diali Avila from Los Lunas Elementary. Would you join me at the front, please? Come on up. I don't bite even though I really whacked this thing hard, apparently.
You broke it, it's all right.
Yes. There you go. So just stand real quietly for a moment while our acting superintendent reads some nice things about you.
Thank you. Ann Parish Elementary is proud to have Henry Boyle as their pledge leader this evening. Henry has been a student at Ann Parish since kindergarten and is currently in the 3rd grade. He lives with his parents, Amanda and Kenneth Boyle, and his younger sister, Margaret. His teacher, Ms. Fleischer, notes that Henry is an eager learner who quickly makes connections. He has maintained perfect attendance throughout the entire school year and is a leader in accelerated reader points. His favorite subject is social studies, and his current favorite book is Holes by Louis Sakar. Henry has already read the entire Harry Potter series. In addition to reading, he enjoys playing basketball, building with Legos, and spending time with his friends and family. Henry has a great sense of humor and ensures that those around him always see the lighter side of things. He takes the time to check on everyone in his family, from his 87-year-old great-grandfather to his little sister and the family's 4-month-old puppies. Henry's goals for the future include becoming a scientist and a teacher. We are very proud to have Henry represent Ann Parish Elementary. Diali Avila is an exceptional 4th grade student at Los Lunas Elementary School in Mrs. Romero's class. She consistently demonstrates a passion for learning and a strong work ethic. Known for her curiosity and intelligence, Diali approaches every subject with enthusiasm, always eager to ask insightful questions and contribute to class discussions. Whether tackling complex math problems, reading challenging books, or exploring new scientific concepts, Diali excels and pushes herself to understand the material deeply. In addition to academic achievement, Diali is a natural leader. She takes on leadership roles in group projects, helping classmates and encouraging teamwork. What is even more remarkable is her kindness and respect for others, creating a positive and inclusive classroom environment. Outside of the classroom, Diali is involved in extracurricular activities such as the Al Ali student leadership team, demonstrating a well-rounded set of talents and interests, and she often leads Los Lunas Elementary in the pledge in Spanish. With her outstanding academic performance, strong interpersonal skills, and a commitment to academic growth, Diali is a role model for peers and a joy to have in the classroom.
And for the pledge, please. Let's turn around. Please turn around. Turn around. There you go.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nice job. Thank you very much. Hold on. Hold on. Take your bag. Nice job. Thanks for coming. Thank you, parents, for sharing your children with us.
Thank you very much. You guys.
All the way down.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Don't forget me.
Come on
Yeah,
back.
well, come on down.
That's what you get for making comments.
Oh, you got damn.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you, parents, for sharing your children with us. We sure appreciate having them and for you taking the time to be with us tonight. You are free to go unless you really want to stay. We are only going through item Q tonight. So run now or forever hold your peace. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we are on item C, the announcement of the meeting. Mrs. Chavez, would you please announce the meeting?
This meeting has been announced in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act and the Los Lunas Schools Open Meetings Resolution and is a legally constituted meeting of the Los Lunas Schools Board of Education.
Thank you very much. We're on item D, approval of the agenda. Mrs. Chavez, are there any changes or deletions to the agenda?
There are no changes or deletions to the agenda tonight.
I would stand for a motion regarding the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Talley. I have a motion by Mr. Bennett and a second by Mr. Talley to approve the agenda as submitted. Is there any discussion? I will call for the vote. Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
Yes.
Mr. Talley.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Is that better? Everybody was okay?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm dead.
He can't hear
Blew my hearing aid out.
Okay, you're done. You're done. Okay, E, public comment. Before we move to public comment, I would like to remind our audience of the board's procedures for handling public comment, which are found in Board Policy B 2150 BEDH. Public comment is limited to 5 minutes per individual speaker. However, the board president may further restrict or waive these time limits based on the number of speakers. The board welcomes public input. The board does not prohibit public criticism or comment upon personnel matters, but does discourage personal attacks on board members, staff, personnel, or other persons. Presenters are cautioned that statements or representations concerning others that convey an unjustly unfavorable impression may subject the presenter to civil action. Any person making public comments shall be solely responsible for the content of his or her comments. The board neither adopts nor assumes responsibility for any comments made by individuals during the public comment section of the board meeting. Mrs. Wolf, Mrs. Chavez, would you please announce who our first one is?
We have 5.
I'm sorry, there are 5. Thank you very much. Mrs. Rodriguez, would you go to the podium, please?
Madam President, members of the Los Lunas School Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Mrs. Chavez, and fellow community members, good evening. I will be praying different scriptures tonight. Lord, may the children, staff, administration, parents, guardians of Valencia County and Los Lunas Public Schools hear the truth, the gospel of salvation, and believe in you, so that all may be sealed with the promised Holy Spirit according to Ephesians 1:13. May the children, parents, guardians, staff, administration of Valencia County, as well as Los Lunas Public Schools, be worthy of respect, live wisely, with sound faith, filled with love, patience, integrity, and pray without ceasing, according to Titus 2:7. And I pray in all things, showing ourselves to be an example of good deeds, integrity, and instruction and dignity. I pray for the vision of Los Lunas Public Schools. May we all seek the plan, O Lord, that you have for this school district. Plans for good and not for evil, to give us a future and a hope, according to Jeremiah 29:11. And lastly, I pray for wisdom. May the school board have wisdom as they select a superintendent candidate to lead and guide this district according to God's word and plan. As it states in James 1:5, where we are lacking wisdom, God is sure to give without hesitation. May the selected candidate know what is required of them as stewards, that they may be found trustworthy according to 1 Corinthians 4:2. And I pray all this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much for your presence at the board. We appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. Mrs. Bernadette Gomez, are you present? No, going once. Jameson Hodges, are you present? Sir, would you approach the podium?
Hi, thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak.
Mr. Hodges, would you maybe adjust the mic just a little bit? It's kind of
Yeah,
one
sure.
of those,
Just
that
a
we have
little
to
bit.
make sure we can capture it with the streaming. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
is this better?
That is better. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, members of the board, for letting me speak. My name is Andy Taylor. I'm a professor of mathematics at UNM Valencia and also the chair of the Division of Math, Engineering, and Computer Science there. The reason I'm speaking to you today is because I would like to ask that you do not vote to approve these school district changes. Our son, Timmy, is going into the 5th grade next school year at Catherine Gallegos Elementary. And I feel like making this change so promptly would rip him away from the community that he's developed and the relationships that he's developed at this school in order to move him to a school that is twice as far away from our house. When we initially moved here, when I got my teaching position at UNM Valencia, we bought the house specifically because it was in KGE's school district. It's a fantastic school. Both kids have gone there the entire time we've been there, and they've been incredibly happy with that school. I wanted to mention that I don't feel like there was enough transparency with this particular issue. I found out about this redistricting yesterday when I got a survey emailed to me asking how they could help us transition into this new school, not knowing that this board would be voting today on this exact matter. I feel like not only would moving the school district have a negative impact on Timmy, but also other students in the district. I am opposed to doing something with such a lack of transparency that hasn't been put up to public comment or to a public vote, anything like that. And I feel like our voices haven't been considered by trying to just ram this district change through. So I would really like to ask you, before moving us to a different school district, which apparently 8 months ago was considered a school that was in need of repair and slated to be closed down, please delay your vote on redistricting and allow us the opportunity to speak and talk about this for all the parents and the homeowners like myself that are affected by this change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for engaging with the board. I appreciate your time. Mr. Dylan Wood. Are you present? Mr. Dylan Wood. Thank you, sir. Would you join us at the podium?
Thank you for your time.
Sure, would you just adjust the mic? There you go, so that we have good sound quality. Thank you
that
very
good?
much. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was coming here to voice my concerns about the rezoning in the
Can you
district.
state your name?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my name is Dylan Wood. Yeah, thank you guys for allowing me to speak here tonight. Yeah, I was concerned because it seemed like, you know, the parents were not given enough notice or say before the rezoning was decided on. You know, most parents didn't even know where to look, or they didn't know where the boundaries were publicly available. And I think that might contribute to a perception of lack of transparency from the BOE, growing trend of that, at least in terms of the public perception. And it seems, you know, a little unfair to the children who are currently going to, especially KGE, which is one of the top elementary schools in the district, having to redistrict to RGE, which is the lowest one. And RGE is going to be closed soon, and it seems a little bit of a strange decision to try to send more children there. And it seems like, you know, some broader consequences of this have not been considered more fully. It gives the impression of mismanagement. It seems like, you know, we need to get the issue of the superintendent figured out before we try to make these broad changes. And it could take away disadvantages from students who are already who are disadvantaged in impoverished areas who are going, for example, the KGE right now. It could also impact property values negatively for people who own property that was previously zoned in KGE and will now be in RGE. For example, I bought my own house because I knew it was in the KGE school zone and I wanted the best for my son. And rezoning for my circumstances would actually double the commute time to the school from KGE to RGE. You know, these types of things kind of incentivize, you know, moving out of Los Lunas if you want the best education for your student. For example, the Northeast Heights in Albuquerque have some of the best schools in the state. And so can Los Lunas really compete with those opportunities? It's getting harder and harder to be able to say that. For elementary school, you know, KGE is probably the best competition they have. And I myself am a very highly educated engineer, and I want to stay in this community. Being here benefits this community. But I feel like these sorts of policy decisions are contributing towards pushing people like myself away from Los Lunas. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah, thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much for your
Yeah,
time. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Miss Katie Osborne, are you present? I'm sorry? He did say everything, so okay. All right, and one more time for Bernadette Gomez. Did somebody sneak in while I was taking notes? Okay, thank you very much. We thank all of you who took the time to come down and address the board during public comment. It's, we know it takes a lot of your time and effort, and we sure appreciate you doing that. We're on item F. Approval of the consent items. I would stand for a motion regarding the consent items.
Madam President,
Yes, Mrs. Simoia.
I would move that we approve the consent items with the exception of item P4D, which is the Creative Recreational Design Inc., which is additional ADA playground components for elementary schools out of the 11,000 operational fund.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Talley. Mrs. Simoia has moved and Mr. Talley has seconded to approve all of the action items as listed on the consent sheet, with the exception of item P4D, Creative Recreational Designs Incorporated, the additional ADA playground components for elementary schools out of the 11,000 operational account. Is So for the benefit of the audience, consent items are the action items on the agenda presented by the superintendent and staff for approval. All agenda items have been reviewed by the board members individually. If no discussion has been asked regarding these items by any of the board members, the action items may be submitted for approval with one motion or vote. The action item that is not consented will be discussed prior to action being taken. Do we have any discussion? I will call for a vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Tally,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. So we are going to now discuss the item on the consent item that was not consented. That was item P from the
Oh,
finance.
H.
I'm sorry, it'll be H.
H.
That'll be H. Thank you.
We'll make it H.
No,
Yeah. In alphabetical order, go to H first.
go to H first, okay.
Mhm. Right.
Well,
Yeah. It'll come up.
okay, you are
No.
correct. I
No
apologize.
worries.
Not a problem. Thank you. We're at item G.
Right.
We're on item G. Approval of the minutes.
No. Those were consented. We're good. We're on item H.
We did vote on item F.
H.
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 That's right, it was consented. I get my head together. I
That's fine.
apologize. Item H, you're correct. Presentation and acceptance of the Los Angeles Schools Independent Audit ending June 30th, 2024. Mrs. Chavez, I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Osowski. I actually would like to turn over to Ms. Tracek so she can introduce our auditors.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. We have two of our auditors from RMU Accounting Group, and they have a presentation. Not. He gives some.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, acting superintendent. My name is Scott Eliason. I'm a partner with Hadamio Accounting Group. And with me is Justin Maynard, supervisor with Hadamio Accounting Group. And you know, we performed the annual audit this last year. And the annual audit itself was finished back in November, around the middle of November. And then the report itself went to the state auditor's office for their review, and they released that report last week. And as part of the state audit rule, there is a requirement that the auditors present to governance in an open meeting, the results of the audit. And so there's just some required communication here that we are required to go over. I know that I think everybody got a copy of the financial statements. I think they cover probably in excess of 100 pages. And thankfully, we're not going to be here tonight to go over all 100 pages. Otherwise, instead of that 5-minute timer, we'd be working on the 2-minute timer, 2-hour timer, sorry. But we're going to go through the results of the audit, just some required communication. There's really 3 components to the audit. And those 3 components are all audited by us over the summer, into the fall, all the way up until the financial statements are provided to the state auditor's office. But if you could just go back to that slide, there's 3 components. There's that piece that says FS, that's the financial statements. That's what you see, that the result of the work and the numbers that go in the financial statements. There's also the uniform grant guidance, which is required when a government, such as the district, receives federal funds. And the district did have a fair amount of federal funds, for which we ended up selecting 2 federal programs to audit. So there's some risk assessments and rotation requirements on selecting the federal programs to audit. And then lastly, there's the state audit rule. The Office of the State Auditor's Office presents the audit rule for which we're to go ahead and follow certain compliance requirements and design those into our audit approach, which includes things like procurement, e-cards, gas cards if you have them, travel and per diem, looking at the ERB and the RHCA contributions, making sure that the district is appropriately sending along the correct amounts and the correct setup for everybody that's involved in those programs. There's probably about a dozen different tests that we look at. So we'll talk about the risk-based approach of the audit. This is pretty typical for all auditors. We do a risk-based approach. We have a little funnel here that sort of shows how the design of the audit is. So we look at controls, like the internal control structure. So we're looking at a whole number of different sort of transaction cycles, cash receipts, operating disbursements, payroll, financial close and reporting, like doing the bank reconciliations timely, looking at journal entries and testing those. And of course, we follow the Government Accounting Standards Board, for which the district adopted number 100 this year. So we're up to 100. Happy to announce that. I know the guys at the GASB are always working hard cranking out new GASBs. That particular GASB did not affect the district. So even though it was adopted, it didn't have any effect. And then also we look at the audit risks here. Look at home from the top, for example, the entity level controls and all sort of the transactional level controls. Look at any risks of fraud, those types of things. That creates our audit approach, which we do a lot of sampling of various transactions and transaction cycles. And then we do a lot of other sort of testing, confirmations, direct testing, et cetera. I think one takeaway here that we as auditors are required to just let everybody know about, that the audits are not designed to detect fraud. However, if we do see fraud risk factors, we would follow up on those fraud risk factors. Next slide. So the timing of the audit, gosh, April 30th is when we sign the contract. That's going to be here before you know it. The next audit, it seems like it's always audit season. But the contract got signed last April 30th. We started with some planning. Then we documented, looked at the internal control tester, did a lot control structure, did a lot of testing of compliance requirements like I talked about. We looked at some major federal programs and tested those. And then the account balance testing, that's after the books are all closed out. We started that in October and finished in early November. As I mentioned, the report that's fresh off the press, the State Auditor's Office released it last week. And then the last piece is the data collection form for the federal programs, and we'll go ahead and submit that this week. Next slide. Everybody wants to know about the auditor's opinions, and we do issue unmodified or clean opinions on the independent auditor's report, which is like a 3 or 4 page report at the front of the financial statements. I think there's a couple of takeaways that we have. That would be that management has responsibilities, and those responsibilities are numerous, but I think the most major one is to design an effective internal control structure to ensure appropriate compliance with federal programs and state laws and state programs. And then lastly, take responsibility, of course, for the financial statements. Then the same thing happens with the federal programs. Take responsibility for those federal programs. We do issue an unmodified or clean opinion on the federal programs based on our audit of several of the programs. And then lastly, there's a report on generally accepted government auditing standards in the financial statements. So these 3 reports, they're going to be in there on Los Lunas' financial statements every year because of the federal programs. So there's always going to be a federal program audit, of course, financial statement audit, and following government auditing standards. Next slide. Happy to report that we are independent of the school district. We have no relationships that would that would impair our independence. And we have a couple of audit findings, because what would an audit be without audit findings, right? We're required to report any audit findings, not only in accordance with the state audit rule, but also, generally accepted auditing standards require that those be reported on here at the meeting here with governance. And of course, we did meet during the year after the audit contract was signed with the audit committee. We talked through some of these issues, ultimately culminating in our exit conference last in November, where we did go over the results of the audit with at least one member of governance and members of management. And I think there might have been an audit committee member or two, a couple there. So we did go through that. And I'm going to turn it over to Justin. And he's just going to sort of summarize the couple of findings that we have.
I'll give a brief overview. We did have 3 findings during the audit. Our findings get classified by type. We did not have any findings that we'd be considered to be a material weakness or material noncompliance, nor did we have any findings that we had considered to be federal in nature during the course of our single audit work. The 3 findings that we did have, one of them we consider to be a significant deficiency over internal controls, over financial reporting. And the other 2 are just minor other non-compliance, which are non-compliance findings that are not considered to be material to the financial statements. So the first finding is over purchasing controls. During the course of our procurement testing, we did note one procurement that was done via a statewide price agreement. And this purchase, the agreement required that the school district obtain invoices to support the costs for the project that was being constructed. And this price agreement was a cost plus arrangement where essentially invoices were passed through to the school district. And that's why requiring receiving invoices was important to contain those costs. And that was not done from what we observed during testing. So we report this as a finding as a result, and our recommendation is to review all statewide price agreements for any such language that requires anything specific, like in this case. The next finding, lack of board approved contract and PO. This finding is concerning legal invoices that were requested at the board's request. It's really for a small amount, I believe around $500 in services that were incurred without having a contract or a valid purchase order in place, which are statutory requirements, which is why we report it as a other non-compliance issue. And lastly, we have third and final finding is over capital asset disposals. In the state of New Mexico, there's a statutory requirement for any capital assets, which are those assets that have original cost over $5,000. The board must approve their disposal, and then the state auditor's office must be given 30 days notification prior to disposal. And we did note a good number of IT assets that were disposed during the fiscal year under audit that did not go through those required steps. And we reported as a finding due to that. And that's all I have. Pass it back over to you, Scott.
Yeah, so sort of the next thing, we'll go through these slides pretty quickly. Just required communication to governance about any significant accounting policies and unusual transactions, and there were none. But I think that management has appropriately selected the accounting policies in the footnotes and in the processes that you would expect to see. Judgments and accounting estimates. Of course, the financial statements do have some accounting estimates and some judgments in them, primarily when it comes to the useful life of capital assets. And go ahead and hit that again. So yeah, capital assets. And then also in the financial statements are the district's pro rata portion of unfunded liabilities related to ERB and other post-employment benefit liabilities. Those get pushed onto your financial statements that even though you don't have the responsibility for cash outlays on them. Really the purpose of that accounting estimate is to bring to the reader's attention that the pension plan, the state's pension plan related to the Education Retirement Board, and also the retiree healthcare liabilities, they are underfunded substantially. So that just an estimate that gets pushed on. Difficulties, no difficulties in the course of the audit. That's what everybody wants to see, no difficulties during the audit process. You know, I think we worked well with management and they were always, and certainly the accounting function. I'd have to say that it went very well. And the district does have good processes. You know, when we ask for something, it doesn't take but a few moments in some cases to get those documents uploaded. But it was very timely from that perspective. Any audit adjustments that we're required to talk about, we would talk about here. During the course of the audit, of course, there are a few adjustments, nothing out of the ordinary, and all misstatements were corrected, and we're not aware of any other misstatements in the financial statements. And just a quick comment about the financial statements. When you look at them, they're 100 pages long. And part of the reason why a school district has such a huge set of financial statements, which results in certainly in the accounting department spending lots of time with reconciliations, is because every single revenue source, or just about every single revenue source, gets its own separate fund, its own separate balance sheet, its own separate income statement, with federal funds, state funds, local funds, capital projects funds, debt service funds. So you end up a district this size, which is a growing district, and it's not a small district anymore. You'll find, I don't know, you could probably tell me, but there's probably 70 funds in the financial statements that are self-balancing funds, but those have to be reconciled every month by the accounting department, and they spend a lot of time with that. So no disagreements with management. The next slide. Other matters to be communicated. If you consulted with other accountants, you would have to tell us, and we're not aware of any communication with other accounting entities or other audit firms. Oh, and that covers our required communication. We would be happy to go through the audit report at any level the board members would like us to. And certainly if you have questions that come up, Sandra knows the intimate details of, well, probably not every single transaction, but certainly the intimate details of what goes on here in the financial aspects of the district. I know you just got these just a day or two ago.
Yeah, I was having trouble sleeping, and I think this will solve the problem, but this is.
I do want to say it is a good read. You can go to the state auditor's website and look up Los Lunas Schools and pull down the financial statements. It's a great late night read.
Yes, it's nice and thick. Thank you for all of your time. Board members, do you have any questions, Mr. Vickers? Mr. Bennett? Mr. Talley? Questions?
Yes, just a couple questions. First of all, thank you for the time and effort you put into this. I'm gonna go back to the findings. Prior year, there was one finding and it was resolved. Current year, it looks like there are 3 findings. I still think that's compared to the number of transactions, the number of things we do, 3 findings is probably low.
That's anything under 5 is low.
Okay.
5 or under is low.
Question though, so there was one finding, he said the lack of board approved contract and PO. So what happens with that non-compliance? Who pays that if we are not compliant with that?
Well, it doesn't really go any further than with the board. I mean, it is a non-compliance finding. There is no penalty because it's not material. If it was material non-compliance, then the folks at PED might have some question for you, for the board or for management, but because it's sort of minor non-compliance, that's really where it goes, and management agrees and has put in forth corrective action to ensure that it doesn't happen again. I mean, I think it's probably more of a minor oversight than anything, but
So somehow Los Lunas Schools just eats that cost.
would be what?
Somehow Los Lunas School District just eats that cost. It just,
Well, I think that they, and maybe you could describe a little better if there was, I mean, right? Procedure there. Procedure.
Madam President, members of the board. So Las Lunas did pay for that invoice. So it would have paid, had the PO been in there. So the board has the right to make those expenses, and therefore we did pay the bill, which we would have, whether there would have been a PO in place ahead of time or not, so.
so what's to prevent someone from doing something similar, maybe a higher dollar amount? Right, I mean, the controls are there, but it looks like the controls weren't effective. Right?
Having a PO in place is something like a broken record for us to always, we just continually are always pounding it into everyone. What we do is if we do find something that someone tried to, if a PO wasn't in place, say an activity happened and then they put something through so they can pay it, we send it back saying, let us know what happened. And then sometimes we get, well, we didn't get the quote in time. And then we let them know that's not an excuse. If you don't know, then an estimate needs to be put in. So we're constantly drilling. So anytime we see something that we believe was done incorrectly, sometimes it might be a misunderstanding. Sometimes vendors write invoice on something that was really a quote. And so we find out why, but if we find out it is something, we kind of have, we have someone in place that looks at all that stuff that is constantly on everyone. And we make sure if it's the secretary's the one answering, we need to know, we need to make sure the teacher's aware of it. So we are constantly on that subject. We did also have now for the board, during your retreat, we went over those roles, and then should some, a new board member come prior to the next retreat, then I will have just like a single, little review over that. So all the steps we try to put in place, and that was just a matter of a miscommunication. I think we try to constantly, and sometimes people don't understand why we're continuing to ask all these questions. And that's why, because that's what we have told the auditors, how we're going to fix these problems. It's almost impossible to make sure that no one does it, but we do have reserved the right to say, you did it without permission, we don't have to pay that. This is a different case. There was communication on it. It was a misunderstanding. So there was a PO in place to that vendor. However, it was under a different scenario. So.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then and I don't know who this question will be directed to, but the capital asset disposal, same type of thing. What IT assets were disposed of without going through the proper?
There were some IT equipment that had not gone through the normal process of what we do. We did go out for an RFP to do some buyback, and I'm not sure if it was miscommunication, misunderstood that just because it didn't normally it goes through someone who puts everything on the auction. This was going to go portions that were going to be put on the buyback, and that list of serial numbers, there were some that weren't conveyed to the person who normally does the auction. And so we just let the technology know, because normally our person who does the auction holds it during that time period. And it was, since we actually went and did an RFP to get that, they thought they had permission. So that was another where I sat down and said, okay, this happened. but that's never gonna happen again. So, so we know that, don't let those go until we give you the green light that it's okay to do. So.
Thank you. I guess commend you also having this few findings and most of them seem like they're not significant. That goes to show the great efforts that you're doing also at central office. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, the audit period for this report was July 1st, 2023 through June 2024. Is that correct? So we're looking at a prior year in the past. And then Mr. Talley, on page 113, it does talk about that capital asset disposal. And apparently that was in July of 2023 that occurred. So, all right. I just, for the record, like to thank you all for participating in this. This is tedious work. Great reading. We love you. Oh, I'm already through page 100. I'll tell you right now. Speed reader. I would also like to thank Mr. Vickers for sitting as our audit committee chair for the board. Those are a lot of hours and a lot of reading you have to go through as well. So, and thank you, Ms. Tresick, in your office. Appreciate you guys.
And actually, I would really love to thank all the admin that does help. It's a tremendous amount of work. But really, everyone in the district, it's not just the people in the business office, it's everyone. So it's that teacher that, we've hounded, don't do anything without a PO, all those types of things. So everyone does for the entire district, makes a difference in it, so.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank everybody for their participation and their diligence. I know you are diligent, and I know we've had our trainings, so we can all improve. And absolutely, Mr. Bennett and Mr. Vickers for sitting on the audit committee. And I know that we have a community member too, so I appreciate them being there as well. Is there anything else? Great, thank you very much. Thank you, appreciate it.
Oh, we have to
Okay.
have a motion to accept the audit. I believe.
I move that we accept the audit presented.
Second.
Thank you. It's clearing off my desk so I could find this. Who seconded that, please?
I did.
Mr. Talley, thank you very much. Mr. Vickers has moved and Mr. Talley has seconded to accept the independent audit as presented. Do we have any discussion? We'll call for the vote. Mrs. Simoia,
I vote yes.
Mr. Talley,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. We're on to item I, the acting superintendent of schools report.
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Matthew Castillo to move to the podium as I introduce him. Representing Los Lunas High School to discuss winter sports and activities is Matthew Castillo. Matthew, a senior from the class of 2025, is a member of NHS and currently holds a 3.90 GPA. Matthew has had the opportunity to take advanced placement courses as well as dual credit courses offered by LLHS as he prepares for college next year. A lifelong resident of Los Lunas, Matthew attended Sundance Elementary and Los Lunas Middle School prior to his current enrollment at LLHS. Matthew has had the unique opportunity to serve in the Student Mentor Program, where he provides guidance and companionship to a fellow LLHS student. This has been a very positive experience and what is an excellent program for all parties involved. Matthew has been a member of the Los Lunas High School baseball program since his 8th grade year, which continues to grow and improve at the extremely competitive 5A level. His on-field accomplishments have resulted in being named All-District as a shortstop for 2 consecutive years, in addition to being named to the All-Academic team for 3 consecutive years. Matthew and his teammates are enthusiastic about the upcoming season, which kicks off on February 27th at the Cleveland High School Annual Tournament. Matty, as he is called by his teammates, has cherished his time in the baseball program and continues to polish the skills that high school sports aim to teach, such as leadership, toughness, selflessness, perseverance, and community pride. After graduation in May, Matthew will be attending college with the intent to continue to play baseball. He has received offers from universities, but is currently undecided on his next destination. Matthew's parents, Randy and Elena Castillo, are also lifelong residents of Los Lunas and graduates of LLHS. Elena is a fifth grade teacher at Sundance Elementary. Matthew's brother Ryan is a sophomore mechanical engineering student at the University of New Mexico, where he is also a member of the UNM baseball team. Matthew is honored and humbled to represent LLHS today and appreciates the opportunity to highlight some of his LLHS's winter season sports and activities. Mr. Castillo, you have the podium.
Is it good with the mic? Good evening, Madam President, members of the Los Lunas Schools Board of Education, and the Acting Superintendent Chavez. It is an honor to represent my school and the class of 2025. There are many great activities going on during the winter season at Los Lunas High School. Each student works hard, has pride in his or her activity, while also successfully balancing their academics. Here are some of the highlights of the LLHS winter sports season. I'd like to start with the cheer team, who are led by Coach Marlene Barella. They practice hard and compete in many tournaments throughout the year. The Tigerettes, who are led by Janelle Thompson, are a very hardworking and organized group. This group of girls also put in a lot of work to perfect all of their performances. Every time they perform during the basketball games, they are always very prepared and execute their dances to perform to perfection every time. The boys basketball team is led by first-year coach Pablo Gabaldon. They have had a very difficult schedule and have been competing at the highest level. Next, the girls basketball team has been working hard to perfect their game. They've had a very successful year so far and are ranked in the top 5 in the state with a very impressive record of 20-4 as of last week. Both teams are looking forward to their district tournaments coming up in a few weeks. The Tiger wrestling team, both boys and girls, have been very successful this season. The boys varsity wrestling team that is led by Coach Steven Chavez has had a successful program for many years. They just competed in the regional tournament to qualify for state. The girls wrestling teams recently competed in the NMAA Girls Region 2 Championship at Belen High School, where 2 girls have earned the honor to advancing to state. The girls program continues to grow and consistently represents LLHS with pride and respect. The LLHS swim team, led by Coach Marissa Candelaria, continues to train hard with the hopes of shaving their personal times down to qualify for state. The NMAA State Swimming and Diving Championship is February 21st and 22nd. I would like to wish them good luck. Our last of winter sports concludes with the powerlifting team. They work to perfect their technique, hoping to set new personal records. The Tiger girls and boys powerlifting teams have currently have around 60 athletes in their program. In addition to these winter sports, there are many school activities that occur throughout LLHS. Activities such as band, drama, FFA, JROTC, Student Council, Lending a Paw, and National Honor Society are just a few of the many clubs and activities that LLHS students participate in with great pride. Coming up with this spring, there will be many end-of-the-year activities, including, but not limited to, academic awards, senior robing, senior sunset, and spring sports. We hope that you will be able to join us at as many of these activities and ceremonies as possible. Thank you for supporting LLHS sports and activities, and go Tigers.
Thank you. Now you get to
questions?
handle questions, yes. Mr. Vickers, questions?
No, I don't really have any. You have an impressive resume and wish you well in baseball season coming up right away.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, special people like you make our other students feel special. I really appreciate that, you being a mentor. And just to let you know, there's some scholarships you need to apply out there for the Humano Chamber of Commerce, and plus we give out a scholarship too, so make sure you apply.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Tally.
Congratulations on your hard work, and wish you the best in the future as well.
Thank you.
Mrs. Simoia.
Do you prefer Matt or Matthew?
Maddie.
Anything but late for dinner, huh?
I don't really get called Matt much, so.
Okay, Matthew, excellent. I'm going to go ahead and concur with Mr. Vickers. You've built an incredible resume. Very, very proud of you, as a matter of fact, and like to see that. Going on to play it at the next level.
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic. I think that'd be wonderful for you. I might just go ahead and just do that really quick. But your brother's already in the right school, so sorry, Ms. Travis.
It's okay if you're wrong.
It's okay, that's all right. Could you tell us a little bit about the student mentor program and what you do, what you like about it, what inspires you to be a student mentor?
It was definitely a hard choice for me to do because I'm normally more of a quiet person and like hard to like put myself out there, but helping kids that are in need is always good. So that's what pushed me to do it. And going there every day and seeing the smile that goes on my kid's face is always brings out the good in the day. So
Fantastic. That's inspiring. And any idea what you want to do besides play baseball? Okay, I get that.
still trying to figure that out.
Well, we wish you all the success.
Thank you.
By chance, is your grandfather Art Castillo? That's your cousin,
Okay.
Randy.
Mhm.
Okay. It's very instrumental to me as I was coming up through the ranks. So you're coming from great stock there, a terrific family. So congratulations on both of your boys and congratulations on their amazing successes. So you're wanting to play baseball. But have you figured out a topic? Because I didn't hear any of your interests in academics.
Well, I've always had like an interest in like social studies or history,
Okay,
but I always do well like with helping kids out that need help. So teaching is always,
a preferred.
I'm looking into that recently.
That's awesome. Well, we have lots of opportunities here in the district, so we would love to have you come back and teach for us at some time in the future. And thank you very much for being here. You did a good job
course.
tonight.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. And good
Thank
luck
you.
with your season.
Thank you, Matthew.
Matthew.
You did an
you're
excellent
welcome
job.
to take your parents home unless you want to sit through this very, very exciting meeting. It's your choice. You may stay or you may go.
Well, he's not shy no more.
I think the standing told us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Thank you again, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Ms. Tracek to come to the podium to deliver her budget and finance report.
Okay, Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Chavez. So this is this month's State of the Finances. We see this every month with kind of give you an idea of the budget that we have and what has already been either spent or encumbered, the remaining balance, and then what that remaining balance percentage is. One difference, there's two differences that you'll see. We're kind of used to seeing some red in the transportation and also in the child care block grant. That's a normal, what we expect to see. But this month we have two more that have been added. The first one is in the athletics. And so that is the gate receipt revenue that comes in. And then the expenses that are in there, it is over at this point by $581. I'm not too concerned at this point because now that the audit is completed, I do know that part of that fund does have cash reserves in it, and the amount budgeted for the cash estimate is lower than what the audit's gonna say. So I will be able to add to that budget by the amount of difference that the cash reserves have in it. So
Okay.
that will be okay, but will be one that I'll keep an eye on. The other one is down below in the 27407, the family income index. And that is actually a mistake. That will have to either be, I'm not sure if we'll receive a final award that might be greater, or some of that expense, the $72 will have to be moved. And that typically, when that happens, it'll have to be moved to operational. So, so we'll see on that. So there's also one that needs to be, watched on, so. But everything else is pretty well normal, from what we've seen in the past and what we expect to see. Where some of the funds you want the percentages to be high and some of them not. And so, everything appears to be on track for the expenses. At the bottom, after the expenses, I just kind of have operational revenue in there. We go a little, this is the detail of the operational revenue. And actually, I'm gonna just kind of skip to the bottom there. I kind of put the number of months that are remaining, because at the time I did this, the revenue was posted up to February, which means there are 4 months remaining before the June 30th date. So at 12 months, that gives you a 33%. So that kind of gives you an idea on some of the categories where you receive the same amount of money monthly, which you can see there are 2 in there, the tower fees and the SCG. Those are monthly amounts, the same amount each month happens. And so those are at the 33%. So those are definitely right on track. The ad valorem, those are going to be based on property taxes, and those will fluctuate by months. Last time the percentage seemed like we still had quite a bit of revenue expected to receive. And we, once the December revenue posted in January, that kind of brought that up. So now we're kind of looking at a better percentage. However, we're still a little bit percentage remaining. If the average should be around 33, if it was all monthly the same amount, we're at 38, but that's because the June payment comes in very, very high. So I also believe at this point in time, we're on track with that one. Indirect cost, we're looking better on that, and that we did look bad before, but that was because we only had 1 quarter. Those are posted every quarter. The second quarter has been posted now, and we're at 24%. So we're looking good on that one. And that's about all I have on that. Do you have any questions on either one of those?
Mr. Vickers, any questions?
I do not. Thank you for all your number crunching.
Mr. Bennett,
No, thank you.
Mr. Tally?
Yeah, just real quick, we do see this sheet every month. There's a million different fund descriptions. The family income index, what is that? And what does it fund?
That, you want to answer that one, Jessica? Or- I think she would have a better.
Madam President, members of the board. So the family index actually is a formula that the state uses based off of our socioeconomics of our students. And each school is put into that formula. And sometimes we have more than one school that gets funding from them, and then sometimes we don't, and it is based off of the state's. It's a moving target.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Simoia, any
No.
questions?
Thank you, Ms. Tracy.
So I have one, the interest on investments, we're under budgeted.
That one we've received more.
We
than-
received,
Yeah.
them. Okay.
So that one's kind of, when you're budgeting ahead, or I mean, our interest rate's gonna be high, they're gonna be low, that's really kind of, so that's gonna be one I'm always gonna be very conservative on when we're putting in, because I always wanna receive more revenue than have to take down. So,
Is that coming in
so-
from some of our CDs that you've talked with us about?
right. So
Okay, okay. Okay, that's my only question. Thank you very much. I do appreciate this every month, and I appreciate that you give us more and more detail.
yeah,
and
thank
Keep us
you.
up
Yeah.
to pace and well-informed, so thank you very much for this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Tracek. I would like to ask Mrs. McMinn to provide her monthly construction update.
Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Chavez, thank you for having our department give you a little bit of update of some happenings this past month on some of our construction projects. So we could go to the next slide. Peralta Elementary is continuing to make substantial progress over the past month as we're wrapping up to complete the pre-K classroom wing. The middle of next month. Right now, flooring is going in as well as tile in the bathrooms. And that's the image that you see to the left there is one of the pre-K classrooms with the cabinets that were put in. And once the floor gets put in, the doors will be done, the whiteboards put up, and that'll wrap up our pre-K classrooms. As well as there's continued progress throughout the school. The image on the right, is looking in from the top floor down the stairway into the cafeteria. The windows are put in and they'll start painting. The first floor for our elementary wing is fully painted. They're starting to put in cabinetry and finishing with the ceiling tiles this week, and then they'll continue moving those crews up to the second floor. And so we're looking forward to being able to give some tours and scheduling those towards spring break. So our staff that'll be moving in can have some idea of what they're moving into, as well as our pre-K teachers that will be moving there. Going on to the next slide is some progress that we're being seen now at Los Angeles High School for the concession and restroom footprint of the building. This is a block building, which takes a little bit more time in the structure as you're only allowed to go 4 tiers at a time, letting that cure and then continuing that. So it takes longer to build up front, but there's less finish work at the end of it. So you won't have the drywall, the painting, because it will be a brick building. So it will have slower progress on the exterior, but this is the footprint of that foundation that went in last week. Continuing on, this is an update on the flooring improvements that were made at Bosque Farms due to the flooding we had in the hallway in 5 of our classrooms. That flooring has been replaced as well as the 5 classrooms, and we're looking to continue this progress throughout the school as we're replacing outdated and aged flooring. And then the last slide I have is the completion of our pre-K canopies that we've been working on throughout the year. This is one that went in at KGE the past couple of weeks. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Mr. Vickers, any questions?
So just to clarify, I appreciate you creating the time for us to have a tour of the construction site. The timeline to start occupying that building as a school, when does that start?
We are anticipating the beginning of July that we have scheduled furniture to move in. So it'll be a month move-in of moving boxes from one school, as well as receiving all the new furniture and staging those through the month of July for the August 1st open.
So this year,
Mhm.
this coming school?
Yes, for the elementary school.
Okay, thank you.
No questions. Thank you for getting us that tour. Appreciate it.
Mr. Tally,
No questions.
Mrs. Simoia,
No questions. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
the tour was fabulous. And it was great to see everything that you guys have been doing, and the construction team is absolutely amazing. So that was really pretty awesome. Did you, we had talked, you're going in the corridor between the cafeteria going into the gymnasium. There's that tall ceiling, and you had talked about the student artwork that's going to go in.
Yes, we have 3 large halo lights that will occupy the space. We currently have 2 mobile art structure features that are in the current cafeteria. Those will be moved and homed in that new space, as well as one from the 6th grade classroom this year has all put together pieces, and a previous art teacher is working with them to create that mobile that will be in the 3rd halo light.
That's terrific. So that's on schedule to have that completed, so it'll be able to
Correct.
go up.
Yes.
That's terrific. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McMahon. I would like to thank our Sundance Elementary staff and district staff for the unexpected early dismissal and how they handled that in late January. The dismissal ran smoothly as a result of the collaboration between district and school staff. The Sundance Elementary staff handled the change of the routine with ease, which assisted calming our students. So thank you, Ms. Garland. Thank you to the local mayors and village administrators for meeting with me over the last month. We look forward to a continued partnership between our local municipalities and our school district. Tomorrow is Junior JAG Day at Valencia High School. We look forward to welcoming our 8th graders to Valencia High School tomorrow. The annual Los Lunas Schools Film Festival Student Showcase at Starlight Cinema is on March 12th at 6:30 p.m. We look forward to celebrating our students at their showcase. The 120-day count was on Wednesday, February 12th. Our enrollment slightly decreased from the 80-day count, but we're still keeping pace at an increased enrollment for this school year compared to last year. January and February have been very busy months. I felt like January was a really long month, and February we blinked our eyes and we're already approaching the 3rd week or in the middle of it. We are preparing for spring events, including our end of the year ceremonies, 2025, 2026 registration, and our end of the year summative assessments. We would like to remind our students to continue demonstrating appropriate behavior as they represent Los Lunas schools, their families, and most importantly, themselves. Please continue to show respect to your peers, teachers, and staff members. Spring sports, start at the beginning of February. We wish our student athletes a successful spring season. Our winter sports are nearing the end of their season. District and state tournaments, matches, and meets for our student athletes who participate in winter sports are quickly approaching. We remind all our student athletes to compete with class as they represent Jaguar and Tiger Nations. And that concludes my report for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mrs. Chavez from the members of the board? This item was for informational purposes only. No action is needed or warranted at this time. We are on to item J, board commendations. Mr. Vickers, do you have any board commendations?
Oh, I just have to commend our staff back here, Karen and Lisa. That we make them do so much extra work, like here they are tonight, and they've been here since 7, 8 this morning, and we just appreciate them, and probably we don't show it enough, but they really are great.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bennett?
Nope, I just piggyback off what Mr. Vickers just said. Appreciate him a lot.
Thank you very much. Mr. Talley?
Yeah, I just want to commend all of the wrestlers in the Los Lunas School District. We have had an excellent season. They participated with great sportsmanship. We have 2 girls from Valencia High School who qualified for state. We have 2 girls from Los Lunas High School that qualified for state. We have 7 boys from Valencia High School that qualified for state, and all 13 boys on the Los Lunas High School team qualified for state.
That's amazing. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Mrs. Simoia?
And I'd like to piggyback on Mr. Talley's comment that our athletes appear to all compete with class. So you make us proud when you do that. Shout out to JAG Day tomorrow because there's also a classic car show going on. We're not all electric yet. So there are going to be some classic cars up there. And I think that our auto shop teacher does a phenomenal job in letting students know how to work on these engines as well. I opened mine and I don't know what it is any longer. So anyways, and then again, piggybacking on Ms. Kittredge and Ms. Wolf, when we have to attend conferences, they organize everything for us. We are the only board that's not running around like a chicken with our head cut off. We know where we're going, we know what to do. So thank you for those folders in advance. We appreciate both of you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I have a riddle for my commendation. When does a 2 and a 2 and a 1 and a 3 and a 3 equal 5? It's the new math. What can I say? So at the end of January, we participated, 3 out of the board members participated along with Mrs. Chavez and Mrs. Tracek was there. Lots of folks were there, in the Matanza. This was the first year Los Lunas Schools walked away with 5 awards. So that's where you got the 2, the 3, the first and the third equaling 5 awards. First time ever. We took first place in liver. I need you to know that was not my favorite testing,
We sampled it.
but actually we enjoyed it and that was led by Mr. Bennett. And again, the food services staff did an amazing job over there. We had a great time. And I want to congratulate everybody who came out and participated. We had lots of fun. This is one scholarship through the Hispano Chamber of Commerce where kids actually get cash. So most scholarships anymore, they get a credit at the school that they go to, and you can go in and you can pick up your whatever as long as it falls in that. Well, this is where kids actually get cash. So parents hopefully can help guide them to do something. And when we get to the spring and the award ceremonies, Mr. Bennett is right. You feel pretty pleased when you sit up there knowing that you have all of these kids that earned some cash because people came out and ate our carnitas or our amazing red chili or his first place liver. Just thought I'd put that out again. So it was an amazing opportunity. I would also like to thank Sydney Olivas. She did an amazing job for the board this last week, or actually about a week and a half, trying to nail me down to get, would you please answer this quickly? Because we've got to move on stuff. We had our timelines and it was because of her diligence along with Mrs. Wolf's and Mrs. Kittredge's. So those are the commendations. And I'd like to make sure that you know that we have fabulous people in this district doing nice, good, hard work. So thank you guys very much for that. We are now on to item K, the presentation and approval of the elementary school boundaries. Well, wait, sorry, no, the
Policy
board
K.
agenda is K, presentation of board policy.
Yes.
Second reading, E1000 School Safety and Security Department and School Resource Officers. Do we have a copy of this for the audience?
Thank you, Mr. Zamora, for helping us with this policy.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Zamora, long time no see.
Long time no see. Madam President, board members, acting superintendent, it was nice to catch up with many of you at the NMSBA conference last week. And it's nice to be present again. I want to start again by thanking the board, the acting superintendent, the entirety of her cabinet staff and the SROs for all of the input and all of the diligence on this very important policy. We've been through it. We've been through it a lot. This is the 4th time this policy in total has come before the board, starting in its infancy from a very raw policy that didn't even accurately, from my drafting, it didn't fully and accurately reflect the structure at Los Lunas schools. And it's evolved into a policy that not only accurately reflects the safety and security structure here, but also has been based on your directive at the January 21st meeting. It's been fully vetted to comply with search and seizure laws as well as FERPA. And I've taken into consideration all of the comments and feedback from the board from the first reading and incorporated them, all of those changes in this second reading policy. So as soon as they're able to get it up, I will read off to you the differences between the first reading and the second reading. I will tell you as they're doing it, I'll buy a little bit of time. Again, the directive in the January meeting where the first reading occurred, the directive to me was to ensure compliance with FERPA and search and seizure requirements. This is a very well-read board. And a board that at times really likes reading legal documents. So I'm going to give you a couple of citations, two cases that I read that had a direct effect between the first and second readings. The first is in the matter of Josue, Josue, last name T, period. The citation is 1999 NMCA, that stands for New Mexico Court of Appeals, -115. The other case is State versus Antonio T, and the citation is 2015 New Mexico Supreme Court -019. And it deals, those two cases deal with search and seizure issues as they relate to on-school sites and the use of SROs on school sites. We do not have New Mexico case law on SROs who are employees of the district. So I will qualify those two cases. They were SROs who were members of local law enforcement, but assigned to campus sites. Nonetheless, there were a lot of things, a lot of parallels and a lot of things to keep in mind. And when we engage in training with the SROs, and when they receive some of their mandatory training, they're going to hear about cases like these two. Okay, we've got it up. Great. No more tap dancing and stalling. Let's get to it. We've got a lot of people here and I want to move this through. So what you're going to see in the differences between the first reading and the second reading is, and it gets a little confusing because we have edits. Some of the blue, some of the red is from the first reading. So I'm going to go here off of my copy and point out that in paragraph 1, I had a few changes. Again, keeping in mind the two appellate court decisions, I wanted to make very crystal clear that the SROs are employees of the district. So I've added the language in the third line, board authorizes school resource officers who are employed by the district in its safety and security department. There's an old saying in law school that engineers will design a bridge to perfection and use exactly the right amount of materials. Lawyers will start from that point and add 2 to 3 times more materials than are needed just to be safe. And so you're going to hear a lot of repeated concepts throughout. But that is the first, making it clear who are employed by the district in its safety and security department. As you go down the paragraph, the new language in the sentence starting safety and security department, 4 lines up on that first paragraph. The safety and security department is not a law enforcement agency. I delete the word however, and I restate, and each officer shall be an employee and agent of the district. Again, this is influenced by the case law that was read. Moving into the second paragraph, the next edits, which was feedback from the board, was a concern that we don't typically define particular roles or state particular roles and titles in policies. And so what I changed on line 3 was I deleted the sentence that said the department shall be managed by its director of safety and security, and instead added in the next sentence, at least annually, the supervisor of the safety and security department shall present its standard operating procedures to the board for review. And then you'll see the language added at the end of this sentence, which was also feedback from the board, which is standard operating procedures to the board for review and approval. That was added between the first reading and the second. Any question on those edits in that paragraph? Okay, and of course, I'll take questions as a whole at the end, but feel free to ask questions as we go along. Third paragraph on page 1 was also influenced by the case law and the reading, and that is that it's very important to reference the New Mexico Delinquency Act and the obligation so that the SROs are aware that they may have obligations under the Delinquency Act. Sometimes they're dealing with simply school matters and school disciplinary matters when they're interacting with the administration. And sometimes they will be dealing with juvenile delinquent matters, which falls under the Children's Code, juvenile criminal type matters. And so I felt it was important to add a reference to the Delinquency Act. And that comes at the end of that third paragraph. I'll start from line 4, excuse me, where it says, and with this authority comes constitutional and statutory responsibilities and limitations, comma, including those contained in the New Mexico Delinquency Act. We cite New Mexico statutes annotated section 32-A or 32A-2-1 et sec, which means everything that follows that, when applicable. So that was another lesson gleaned from conducting the research. You move down to that final full paragraph on page 1 of 5, and there's just a typographical edit in the first line, capitalizing the word, the letter O in officers and adding an S. That then takes me down to page 3 of 5 at the base of 3 of 5. Probably should have caught in the second to last bullet point, where I delete the reference. Somehow in the draft of the policy, it referred to the SROs as police officer. It's very important that we don't refer to them as police officer, number one. And how we've referred to them throughout the policy is officer. And so I make that edit on the third bullet point at the bottom of page 3. Generally, an officer cannot arrest for a violation of a misdemeanor which does not occur in his or her presence. By the way, these edits have all been submitted to the acting superintendent for her review and staff review last week. And the feedback is that all these edits are acceptable. It was important to add the next couple of bullet points. I promise you we're almost done with these edits, but these ones are substantive. We do need to address how we conduct searches through SROs. So it says the final bullet point on page 3, and this is a full edition. For purposes of conducting searches, officers shall be considered school security personnel, as that term is used in board policy JIH, which is your board's policy fully on searches and seizures. This is the best way to make sure we have this policy up and compliant without having to go amend several other policies. So we're referencing board policy JIH. With the authority to search people and property as provided herein, in board policy herein, comma, in board policy JIH, and in other board policy. In most instances, comma, certificated. That's a rough word, but that was a word that was already being used in this policy. So it's actually a word used in JIH. And so I carried it over here. So in most instances, comma, certificated school personnel or other authorized persons other than the officer shall conduct the searches, and an officer may monitor, there should be a comma there, may monitor, comma, may be present to assist and protect the person performing the search, period. In appropriate limited instances, the certificated school personnel or other authorized persons may direct a search by an officer. Typically, in those instances, there's either training involved or there's a phone call involved to counsel to get advice in those very limited circumstances. That takes us to the next bullet point. As a general matter, certificated school personnel shall instruct an officer that the officer is required to comply with applicable state and federal law and district policy with respect to officer interrogation or interview of students suspected of a crime, as well as other officer searches and seizures. That's actually a concept and language that comes out of the case law, which is together the SRO and the administrator need to be able to say, here's a school-related search, but if you're engaging in a criminal-related search, please comply. And it's just a reminder, it's a safety valve. In the next bullet point, it's not an entirely new paragraph, but there are edits to comply with some of the board feedback. I delete the reference to the Director of Safety and Security Department and change that to Supervisor of Safety and Security Department. That's in line 2 of that bullet point. And then shall be reported by the the Supervisor of Safety and Security Department. This is in reporting. I'll reference the entirety of the paragraph, which is simply if there is physical restraint, detention, or arrest by an officer, those actions shall be reported by the officer to the supervisor, and from the supervisor to the superintendent as soon as practicable. The final bullet point I delete, that was a holdover from the original draft in which I misunderstood the structure here at Los Lunas Schools. So that does not apply. They are not members of another law enforcement agency. They are our employees in our department. That concludes that section. As I mentioned prior, one of the board directives was to ensure compliance with FERPA. And so the final paragraph of this policies has stayed the same. I actually reviewed it and felt this was the best drafting. So I made no changes to the final paragraph. I just want to remind everybody that it reads, access to personally identifiable information from student educational records shall comply with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. Again, I think because the SROs are employed by the district, generally speaking, they're going to be covered by FERPA, again, provided they're going to be safe with regard to FERPA because they're employees of the district, with all the same caveats that every administrator and every teacher has, which is it's a need to know basis. If you are engaged in student activity and have a need to know, you're the appropriate employee to have student information. But that information, of course, should not be shared in lunchrooms or teacher rooms or administrator rooms, gatherings with people that don't have a need to know basis. Same with grocery stores. So that concludes the directive. The only other edit I make is down to the legal references where I insert the statute for the delinquency act. And so I inserted that at the bottom as the 4th statutory reference down under legal references. That concludes my report on the revisions from the first reading to the second reading, and I stand for any questions.
Mr. Vickers, do you have any questions?
No, I appreciate all your diligence in putting up with our edits and, making them comply with law and practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vickers.
Yeah, I agree. I'm glad you put the statutes and stuff in there. I think it's necessary. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Secretary Button.
Mr. Tally?
Just to thank you for your work on this. There are a couple just administrative edits that probably need to be made, punctuation, correct words, things like that. But I think overall it's excellent place for us to get started. I'm sure as the years go on, we will probably update this, but this is an excellent kind of baseline to get started from.
Thank you. Thanks, Member Talley.
Mrs. Simoia?
On that note, on updating, on first paragraph, when it mentions Valencia County Sheriff's Office and or through the Village of Los Lunas Police Department, if we were to, for some reason, develop an MOU or a relationship with Bosque Farms, would there be an amendment to this document? How would that go from a legal perspective?
Or
It's at the very first paragraph.
do we need to have all three and maybe just have Valencia County?
Just insert the language now and add Bosque Farms and any other.
What I could do, what I can do to sort of stand the test of time and not make you come back for each agency is state, shall possess and maintain a law enforcement commission through local law enforcement agencies serving the district, including, and then I can include this, so local
Thank you.
law.
Are you saying you're not wanting to come down again?
You're not getting this.
I'm willing to come down as often as the board requests.
Anything else, Mrs. Simoia?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
Okay, paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2.
I appreciate that you did take out the reference to a director and that you did add the wording and approval by the board. I would like to talk about adding right after the first sentence, and I know the first sentence is long. Officers in the Safety and Security Department shall be subject to the board's policies and administrative regulations and, in addition, shall be subject to standard operating procedures developed by the Safety and Security Department. I would like to consider adding the wording and approved by the superintendent. All employees in the district are responsible to, or the responsibility of the superintendent and all policies and procedures. So I would hate to say that any particular department, program, et cetera, could go off on their own, develop operating procedures, and it's not approved by the person who is responsible.
And approved.
By the superintendent at the end of that sentence.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So I have a question on the third one where we talk about the New Mexico Delinquency Act, and I know you said in your narrative that the officers will need to be trained in the New Mexico Delinquency Act. Will that be new training, additional training? Is that training that we've had before?
Madam President, board members, we have a pretty detailed training section, and I didn't review that because that didn't get amended between the last. There are two things. I would say one, that type of training would likely fall under successful completion of a 16-hour program of training approved by the Public Education in collaboration with Mexico Public School Insurance Authority for working with students. Well, that's what students with special needs. I can more specifically reference that type of training. It's not in the standard regulation training. Where I saw the training for the Delinquency Act would be either in the daily briefings or periodic briefings, or also in the consultation with counsel. I foresee that counsel retained by the district, whether it's us or other law firms, will be participating in annual updates with the SROs in addition to the standard training. So that's how I'm foreseeing that. If you want it specifically articulated in the training section, it is not currently. Although I think it'll, actually, it does fall in, I'm sorry. It does fall into initial use of force training of 8 hours, including the following topics: search and seizure. And because this is a school context, that training would incorporate the Delinquency Act, because they're dealing with juveniles in their entirety. So I now find, sorry, I'm dancing all over the place. There is the bullet point on search and seizure down below, and
Right.
that's where the Delinquency Act.
And that is all that's in the New Mexico Delinquency Act. I haven't read it yet, so it'll be something I get to read tonight.
There is a lot, but when you read it, boy, I'm gonna go with this memory, and you're reading it. I would go to 32A-2-4. I believe that is the specific section of statute that deals with search and seizure when it involves a juvenile.
32-A-2-4.
32A-2-4, I believe,
Okay.
is search and seizure.
Well, I've got your number on speed dial, so about 2 a.m. I'll let you know if you're not right. Is that good for you? 2 a.m. work for you?
I'm usually, that's
Okay.
the first time I wake up in the middle of the
Okay,
night.
okay,
Yeah.
great. I just want to make sure that our training is comprehensive
Yes,
and that we're not leaving something out. So can we go to page 3, please?
page 3, yes.
Under the limiting scope of work of officers,
Mhm.
you added a bullet. It's the second bullet that you added. As a general matter, certificated school personnel shall instruct an officer that the officer is required to comply with applicable state and federal law and district policy with respect to officer interrogation or interview of students suspected of a crime, as well as officer searches and seizures. Okay, that says to me that a teacher, because a teacher is going to be considered a certificated employee,
It's typically an administrator.
can we clarify that? Because I could see a librarian, somebody who has a license, right? Instructing an officer on interrogation or interview of students. And I'm thinking that might be a little bit upside down when the expert in the room would be the officer.
I am heading to your policies to find JIH.
Okay.
Because I have this vague recollection that JIH clarifies the certificated person. That bullet is an amalgam of both JIH and the case law in which if the officer is straying from the directives of the certificated individual, the case law says there should be a reminder that you're acting in a criminal capacity and therefore you need to comply. That's the origins of that bullet, but I am going to JIH for the clarity you're seeking on who that is. And part of this, again, you have policies, you set the ground rules, and what follows is the training, whether that's by us or by others. So we come through typically PD days or summer administrative training, and we provide the training on those bullet points.
I think my biggest point is I don't want there to be confusion. And at a time, just from distant memory, when you're in an interrogation or an interview of students, it's not the most pleasant of moments, and some tempers can be running hot. So we'd really like us to be very clear about our boundaries and our roles, especially since policy is the first place for discussion, right? About who did what wrong.
Right, and that's why my recollection is that JIH references the administrative certifications because administrators are the only ones trained in searches, seizures, and the disciplinary matters. But I'm getting there. I'm
So-
trying to talk and search at the same time.
I'm not sure I would use our JIH. I just looked it up as J3400. One of the things that says who may search, it says certificated school personnel, school security personnel, and school bus drivers are authorized persons to conduct searches when a search is permissible as set forth below. An authorized person who is conducting a search may request the assistance of some other person who upon consent becomes an authorized person. So maybe JIH should be one of the next policies that we look at. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that's what we want to reference because it's essentially saying anyone becomes an authorized person when I say they can.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for looking that up.
Right. Over in this policy, we include, let me get back, the certificated and the SROs, but JIH likely does need to be updated, and that's probably a conversation between me and the policy service. That's, you have their standard policy on JIH, and that's likely a project to be updated, especially as I was reading some of this case law. So
Maybe-
I do agree that JIH will need to be updated and clarified.
Between now and when we update JIH, comes the silly season, March, April, May.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if we can't clarify for right now, certificated school personnel, e.g. administrators.
Okay. I can be clearer than that and just state certified administrator and delete the word certificated.
I would be happier. That would make my heart happy. The little things. Thank you, Mr. Zamora. You've done amazing work. I hope that this is a template because for the state, I think we're getting there in quite a few places. Mr. Vickers,
So we're still in the edit phase.
we're still in the edit phase. We vote on it next time.
Okay, so this is not a weighty issue, but being an educational institution, I hate seeing incorrect words in places and things like that. I send emails to the journal all the time on their missing words and all kinds of things. So I don't want us to be guilty of that. On the first paragraph, first page.
Okay.
And I think we mentioned this before.
Yeah.
I didn't see it changed here. In the blue at the bottom, where it says the Safety and Security Department is not a law enforcement agency and each officer shall be,
And
that word should be an, A-N.
That's in my copy. I'm sorry if it didn't make it into the final.
Okay, so I thought.
I've made that edit here.
But yeah,
red pen for Mr. Vickers.
Can we go back up to page one, paragraph one? Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. I want you to know I had it marked.
Yes, I've got it marked on mine too.
it's still and on yours, if that's yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
So-
just didn't translate from my markup in,
Okay.
but that's, done,
So,
done.
thank you.
Save,
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you, Mr. Zamora. We should appreciate your time. This item was for informational purposes only. No action is needed or warranted at this time. We are now on L. Discussion and approval of school boundaries.
Dr. Rosowski,
Sir,
before we do that, can we take a 5-minute? We've been sitting for an hour and 45 minutes.
a break, yes. I will break We're going to take a 8-minute break and the time is 7:46.
Thank you.
We're on item L, discussion and approval of school boundaries. Okay. Mrs. Chavez.
Thank you. So I just need the presentation to be displayed.
Thank you.
Okay, so tonight we are discussing the school boundaries. We've had many discussions regarding school boundaries over the years, and we've been led through the discussions by Colleen Martinez from Visions and Planning. She has worked very closely with the school district to, bless you, to look at the growth in Los Lunas, inclusive of all communities that we serve. And she couldn't be here tonight, but I did want to give her credit because she has done a lot to assist us with the maps. So moving on to the second slide, this is our current boundary. And I know it's hard to see, but if Jacob, thank you for zooming in. This gives you an idea of how our school is our school district, the current boundaries. And these boundaries have been in place for many, many years. If you look at the Ann Parish community, inclusive of Meadow Lake, the students that live in the Meadow Lake community do attend Ann Parish Elementary currently, as well as Raymond Gobaldon Elementary and Valencia Elementary. And if you look at the proximity between Los Lunas Elementary and Raymond Gobaldon Elementary, they are very close. The reason that was done was many years ago, we had a different grade structure. RGE was Raymond Gobaldon Intermediate and served students that were in 5th and 6th grade. And Los Lunas Elementary served students in kinder through 4th grade. So that was the decision at the time, and the schools were built close together. If you go to the next slide. We have some options that Colleen had presented. If you look at the first option, if you go back one more slide. That's okay. We have option number 1.
Nope.
There we go. Okay.
Zoom out. There you go.
Let's first look at Ann Parish Elementary School. The big difference here is all the students that live in the Meadow Lake community would attend Ann Parish Elementary School. So the students that do live in the Meadow Lake community currently travel across the school that's nearest to their community and attend Valencia Elementary and Raymond Gobaldon Elementary. This would now support all of the students in the Ann Parish Elementary attending, the Meadow Lake community attending Ann Parish. We also look at LLE, which is in purple, and Raymond Gobaldon Elementary, which is in blue. The boundaries for these two schools remain similar. And KGE does include, I just reference it as a boot hill because it looks like a boot hill on a map. That would remain with Catherine Gallegos Elementary. So that would be option 1. In addition to option 1, there is some changes between Desert View Elementary and Thomet Elementary. There was some crisscrossing between the neighborhoods that clearly defines on the map in a more comprehensible manner where the students will attend. In addition to this big change, we are looking at all students that attend Ann Parish Elementary joining the JAG Nation. So they would attend Valencia Middle School and then Valencia High School. The next option is slightly different. Los Lunas Elementary School now covers the north to south corridor that is known as Los Lentas neighborhood, and also some of our other communities. It does border the Highway 314 east up to the river. Raymond Gobaldon Elementary now has a boundary that is preparing for future growth. So you see the outline, which is actually Los Lunas Hill, and that is preparing for future neighborhoods that are planned in that area. Ms. Martinez has been working with village officials from Los Lunas, and she has worked closely looking at housing developments. There is a very large housing development that will be built south of Huning Ranch, which is all in blue. It is currently a new neighborhood that is a master community for that area. So the difference between those two would be adjusting right at Raymond Gobblebone Elementary. There is a neighborhood, Las Brisas, and some streets that are surrounding. They are right next to Raymond Gobblebone Elementary. Those students would attend Los Andes Elementary. And there are some students that we see every day walking south here on Luna Avenue, and they live on Cortez and a Courthouse Road, and they would attend Los Andes Elementary. And then the Boot Hill that was part of KGE now becomes Raymond Gobblebone. So on the map, those are the options. We can go back to these as we move through the slide. The next slide is the impact to Ann Parish Elementary, because this school has the largest impact as far as changing boundaries. The current population as of yesterday was 403 students. We have 57 sixth graders who will attend Valencia Middle School next year and be part of the first class from Ann Parish to attend Valencia Middle School and then eventually Valencia High School. We would increase Ann Parish's population by 74 students. Remember, we are losing 57 students, but gaining 74. That does not include the number of new pre-K students nor kinder students. We do not have that number yet, but there are currently, and I think Ms. McGay is here, 3 kindergarten teachers at Ann Parish Elementary. So future growth of possibly 60+ kinder students. So we would be nearing closer to 500 at Ann Parish Elementary. The special education population from combining the schools, Raymond Gobblebone and Valencia Elementary, it would increase by 6 students. Pre-K students would start at Ann Parish Elementary in August. They would transfer to Peralta Elementary in January 2026, when that portion of the new Peralta campus opens for pre-K. And there is additional classroom space at Ann Parish. And as mentioned, Ann Parish will become part of the Jayak Nation. The next slide gives you the population numbers. Valencia Middle School as of yesterday was at 431 students. This table to your left demonstrates how many 6th graders would be now attending Valencia Middle School as 7th graders. So we do have our 7 schools. RGE is included in there because there are some 6th grade students at RGE that will now attend Valencia Middle School. If you look at the 7th grade and 8th grade population, our middle school would now be closer to 499. The current population is 431, which is a relatively small population for a middle school. Additional impacts, it would increase, but there is classroom space. And 7th grade students who are 6th grade students will be now 7th grade students, they would attend VMS. So I just want to point out that those 6th graders will be 7th graders attending Valencia Middle School. There will be an impact to Los Lunas Middle School. The current population is 702 students. We are looking at the projections for next school year. We would now only have 4 elementary schools that feed into Los Lunas Middle School. You look at a 7th grade class of 267, I believe, and an 8th grade class of 335. The total population at Los Lunas Middle School would now be 602. You have about 100 student difference compared to the large difference that is currently between the 2 middle schools. I think it's about 270 between the 2 middle schools currently. And now we would decrease it to 100. The impact to Raymond Gobblebone Elementary, and there's some variables in here. The current population was 364 as of yesterday. The population could vary depending on the route that the board approves. 36 students would attend Ann Parish, 25 students would attend LLE. And we have 55 students in that Boot Hill section of the boundary that would come from KGE zone to Raymond Gobblebone Elementary. The impact to Valencia Elementary, they have a population of 371. They would decrease as projected to 333. They would no longer have students attending who live in the Meadow Lake community. some boundary considerations, and we do have some representatives from different departments because it does impact variables throughout the district. Our current 7th through 8th through 11th grade students will remain with their current boundaries. The students have been in attendance at those school sites. They are established as far as eligibility for NMAA. Some of those students are juniors and they will be seniors next year and have attended either high school throughout their high school experience. We want them to remain consistent. The transportation would continue for the students. Incoming 7th grade students would have transportation from the Meadow Lake community to Valencia Middle School and then Valencia High School. Raymond Gobaldon can remain small if we go with option number 1, and that gives us the ability to keep the students that are in the Las Brisas neighborhood. They are, in some ways, their backyard is the border to Raymond Gobaldon, so they're looking into that school, their school, and then we can utilize classroom space differently within the school. And pre-K through 6th grade students, all the students that live in Meadow Lake would now attend Down Parish. So that would be more of a community school. We have some other boundary considerations that we need to highlight. We have the NM New Mexico Activities Association athletic eligibility. We are currently in the first year of a 2-year cycle for our current districts and classes. So every 2 years, NMAA reevaluates based on student population. They use our state counts. The final count for the next 2-year cycle will be in the fall with the 40-day count. VHS is currently in class 4A for all sports. LLHS is currently in class 6A for football and class 5A for all other sports. And if we can go back to the previous slide, there is a link. Hope it's active that we can go to. It takes us directly to NMAA. And that's being pulled up. This gives you the population for each class. If you go to 4.1.2, letter A, we are currently looking at a 4A class for Valencia High School because of the way the student population is currently enrolled. At Los Lunas High School, if you look at the 5A, we sit in there. For football, it's a different classification. So if you look at the left column, and Mr. Hayes and Mr. Seiss, correct me if I'm wrong, left column is all sports, right column is all sports and football. There's a different size category for football. Is that correct?
Yes, the right column.
Okay. If you scroll up a little bit, there is the description of how classification is determined. So we are currently on that first year of the 2-year cycle. So they're looking at our average of an 80-day enrollment. They're looking at 40-day enrollment, and that's how they determine how our students or our schools are placed in the different district and classes. In addition to that, and I'm going to have Mr. Hayes talk about NMA eligibility because of the different rules we have to follow and how the boundaries may impact that. So if you want to, Mr. Hayes, if you can explain the eligibility based on district boundaries. And Mr. Hayes, I apologize. He is our interim athletic director. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Chavez, Ms. Chavez. So the NMAA would see this as like a bona fide residence. So if you were to change boundaries and say that you were boundaried with Los Lunas High and the new boundary was with Valencia High, you would be a bona fide resident for Valencia High School. However, due to open enrollment, if you were at Los Lunas High, you could stay there because that's the open enrollment choice that you had. So I don't see how the boundary would really affect our current students at the high school level. One thing I can see, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm gonna seek clarification from Mr. Scott Owen from the NMAA, is that a current eighth grader. So if you have an eighth grader that's at Los Lunas Middle and they attended Ann Parish and they were out of boundary, what we do is we look at their 5th and 6th grade, if they're out of boundary, and we determine if that's a feeder school to Los Lunas High, then in the 8th grade level, they can participate at that 9th grade. Now, I'm not sure if you change the boundary, if they look at that and say, you're an 8th grader, you're out of boundary, and your feeder school is no longer Los Lunas Middle, but it's actually Valencia Middle. I'm not quite sure how the NMAA would interpret that. So I'm gonna seek information on that this week from Mr. Scotto. But in terms of eligibility for our high schoolers now, I don't see how the boundary would affect them, because like I said, if they chose their open enrollment, they can stay there, they're good. If they want to go to the school that they're now boundaried in, that would be their bona fide choice of residence. It would be the same thing if a student were to move, right? If the student moves, they're not a transfer student, it's bona fide residence.
What does that mean by bona fide residence? What does that get you? Because generally, if I transfer from one high school to another, I have to wait a year before I'm eligible to play sports.
Exactly. So bona fide residence means that you actually moved. So a transfer student would be somebody that did not move, like in their home. So if I'm living in Los Lunas High's boundary and I open enrollment, Valencia High School, for example, and I can't now say I want to transfer to Los Lunas High because you've already chosen your open enrollment. So that would be a transfer situation. But if you actively move, that's a bona fide residence. So we would just need proof of residency and such.
So as being a bona fide resident, would they be immediately eligible?
Yes, from my understanding on this, yes. They would be immediately eligible for that school that they're in attendance, or they can stay at their current school because that's their open enrollment choice.
That's different than what I've heard before, but I hope you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are considering NMAA eligibility. So thank you, Mr. Hayes.
You're welcome.
We may come back to that NMAA eligibility for more questions. Jacob, if you can return back to the presentation, thank you. We have a new school opening in August, but there is going to be a multi-move-in process to our new school at Peralta. I think that it's part of all these pieces. I do, and I thank Brandon Gonzalez for being here tonight. We have spoken with Director Mark Garcia, and I know that he's spoken with Brandon, Mr. Gonzalez, regarding transportation. When our students start to attend the Peralta Elementary Pre-K Center, we will have all 6 JAG Nation elementary schools attending. So that would include Ann Parish Elementary. So you have the 5 schools on that table. The school that's not included is Peralta because that's where they're going to attend. We would be busing all of the students to the pre-K center if their parents so choose and providing transportation. The pre-K center, although as you saw in Mrs. McMinn's report, is moving along very quickly and is probably going to be the first part of the campus that is complete. We must prepare for the pickup and drop off areas. That will not be completed until after the school year starts. So our priority at this point is to make sure the kinder through 6th grade pickup and drop off and pickup areas are ready for school in August. So it does have a list of all the classroom spaces. The next slide, prior one, is the survey results. So we did survey parents from the schools that would be most impacted. If you look at, and we can open each survey, they're there for us, we can review those. Looking at the survey, the majority of parents at Ann Parish Elementary that did respond, we had about 54 in English. 54 in English and 12 in Spanish respondents. This went out to the entire Ann Parish community. When you look at the comments, there were 3 or 4 that were not in favor of this. And speaking to parents in the unparished community, they are more than willing and they're happy that their students will now be attending Valencia Middle School if this is the option that the board so chooses. If you look at the commute for our parents that do have students attending Los Lunas Middle School and Los Lunas High School, at any given point in traffic in our community, it can take, and it has taken me when I'm traveling from my home, which is located in the Raymond Gabaldon Elementary School boundary, it could take up to 45 minutes to cross from where I live close to Elm Parish Elementary. And that's depending on what traffic looks like that day. The last time I was there, the railroad arms froze. So we had a backup on Main Street and it took a while. We've also had structure fires, which impact the commute for all of our employees and students and parents alike. So that traffic would be eliminated and they would be traveling down Manzano Expressway to Valencia Middle School and Valencia High School.
Is it possible to see these results?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So the first line is and Parish's results.
Correct.
And this went out to all students or the students that would be impacted?
This went out to all Elm Parish students.
How many students were given the survey?
So it was sent out to families. So we had 54 families who responded in English and 12 families who responded in Spanish. So taking into consideration, our families have multiple students, anywhere from 2 to 6 students at our school. So I think it's a good amount of parents who responded.
Is there any way in the 54 English or 12 Spanish that we had one parent responding multiple times?
I could not track that. But as I saw the survey results come in, it was as close to anyways over a week and a half.
Okay. And so the 3 or 4, while he's pulling that up, so the 3 or 4 that you referenced that were not happy, can you remember the comments about why they weren't happy with this change?
Because their family has always gone to one.
Okay, so this is a legacy. A legacy, okay.
Did it not pull up the results?
This is what the first link.
The survey. Okay, on mine, it does pull up the results. I can give an overview and then we can print those out. So we did ask what concerns that are currently presented. The concerns included transportation routes, athletic eligibility, courses that are offered, athletic activities. The biggest concern was transportation. Will my student be transported? The next question, what types of activities would you find helpful to ensure a possible smooth transition to Valencia Middle School? Parents having the opportunity to visit the campus. Students visit the campus during the school day. Students have free admission to attend a sporting event, town hall style meeting with district office inclusive of transportation, athletic department, et cetera, and individual meeting with counselors. The parents overwhelmingly responded that they would like to visit the campus at Valencia Middle School. And they would prefer to receive updates about possible boundary changes via Remind. That was overwhelming. The next response was emails, in-person meeting. 5 chose that, so 9.3%. There were some comments that did state all other siblings have went to LLMS and LLHS. They don't agree. 2, we want this transition to happen. Valencia Middle School is closer to home. We are on board for the change. And then also it was noted about the Tiger Jaguar Nation transition, where their students have been part of Tiger Nation and now moving to Jaguar Nation. And they didn't elaborate on that explanation.
But those parents the parents who may have responded that they were concerned about their high schooler making the transition may not have known about a procedural clarification that those kids would be allowed to stay where they're at right now.
Correct.
So
They may have been
not have
responding,
known.
correct. They may have been responding to the survey based on their older students. And I did speak with Mr. Tiger, the principal at Los Angeles High School, because his school does serve the students that live in the Meadow Lake community. They voiced to him that they do not want to leave Los Angeles High School. They've attended Los Angeles High School. And for them to go to Valencia High School, especially juniors that did discuss the topic, they were not in favor, and I understand why.
And that makes sense. So I don't know, we're having difficulty seeing the responses.
Yeah, they're opening on my end, so.
So maybe just a brief overview. So the first one is Ann Parrish's responses. So we had 66, 54 in English, 12 in Spanish, and 4 were not in favor. The second bullet point is whose responses, Mrs.
That
Chavez?
was the responses in Spanish for Ann Parish. And then the third bullet point was Raymond Gabaldon Elementary. I'm sorry, it was Valencia Elementary. So we did survey the Valencia Elementary parents, just those parents of the students that would move from Valencia Elementary to Ann Parish. Transportation routes, again, was the main concern. Is my child going to be transported? As far as activities, parents wanted the opportunity to visit the campus. And they also wanted information via Remind. There was parents who felt very strong that they did not want their students to leave Valencia Elementary because they've been there since pre-K. And that was pretty much the general consensus in the comments. We had 10 responses from people who wanted to leave a comment, and there were 15 total responses. So 5 chose not to leave a comment. They chose to answer the multiple choice questions.
So we had a total of 15,
Correct.
responding.
Mhm.
Out of a total of how many surveys were sent out?
Go back to that. It was the 38 students. So 15 of those parents responded.
No, 40%. Okay.
I'm not seeing, Ms. Chavez, anywhere on the map where the Valencia Elementary School students, the boundary has changed that they're going into Ann Parish.
So if you look at the first slide,
The current boundaries?
the current boundaries,
What is the road?
There's a little bitty.
there's a little bitty part. I can't see the street names because they're blurred, but there's Raymond Gabaldon Elementary School, then Valencia Elementary School, and then Ann Parish.
That's the current boundary. They're
Correct.
currently going to Ann Parish and they would be needing to move to Valencia, correct?
No, they're currently attending Valencia Elementary, and then they would be moved to Ann Parish Elementary. So the students that attend RGE and Valencia Elementary School in that community are driving past Ann Parish every day.
Wow. Interesting.
For those particular students, do we have the principal here from Valencia,
We have the assistant principal,
assistant principal?
Mm-hmm.
Would
Miss Wilson.
you have a sense of who those parents might be that their students have started at Valencia Elementary and would want to stay there? Do you have I mean, I don't want names here, but do you have a sense of who those parents might be? And so is this one of those situations where they've had multiple siblings go through Valencia? How many transfer students does Valencia take in every single year?
I believe this year. I can look.
How many? Oh, the caption can't hear her. I'm
Oh.
sorry. I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it. Okay, I'll repeat it. So you're unclear how many transfer students at this point? Thank you very much. I'm throwing you under the bus right here because I'm just asking you cold questions. So thank you very much. Okay, and then the fourth bullet was what? Did you get your question answered, Mrs. Simoia? Do you
Yes,
understand what the?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
So we also surveyed Raymond Gabaldon Elementary.
That's the fourth bullet?
That's the fourth bullet. And there were, let me go back to my slide. We have 36 students that would be impacted by this boundary change. We had 3 responses.
How long was the survey out and available for parents?
At Raymond Gobaldon, it was over a week and a half. The shortest time was Catherine Gallegos.
Last night.
Correct. And then the last survey was Catherine Gallegos Elementary. And there are 55 students that currently attend Catherine Gallegos that are in that boot hill. And that's who was surveyed. Of those 55 students, we had 22 responses in a day. And it was overwhelming from both the surveys, et cetera, that they do not want the change.
And that's from the Boot Hill area only.
That's it. That's all, because the rest of KGE would remain the same.
So I'm familiar with that neighborhood. That's up off of Camelot and west to I-25, correct?
Correct.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Vickers.
but that's only under option 2. Correct? The Boot Hill isn't affected under option 1.
Correct.
No, the
It
Boot,
stays the same.
correct, right.
Correct.
Under option 1, the Boot Hill stays the same.
So the Boot Hill, just for clarification, is actually south of Main Street, correct?
Correct. So if you are looking geographically, there is a neighborhood south of Walgreens.
Mm-hmm.
And then it continues down to, and the road stops close to Valley View. Down through Camelot to Valley View.
So a question on your presentation here, on the page that says impact to Raymond Gobaldon Elementary, the last bullet says 55 students from KGE. That is only under option 2, correct?
Correct.
Option 1, you're not gonna see a change.
Correct. The students would remain at Catherine Gallegos.
Okay.
And there are actually 70 students that attend in that zone that do attend Catherine Gallegos. 15 of those students of the 70, so that drops you down to 55. 15 of those students are 6th graders and will attend Los Lunas Middle School next year. So they won't be impacted by any boundary changes.
Right. They would not have impacted them. Okay. So the parents with the largest concern are those parents in that particular Boot Hill zone.
Correct.
Where about 50% of the responses said, we are not happy. And that's also where the survey went out just yesterday?
Correct. And that is a small area when you look at that boundary. So when we were discussing, when we did look at it, there are 55 students. So that is a bus and a half that does pick up students in that area.
So I have a question about that map. This is the proposed map, option 1. So RGE crosses to the east side of 314 as well. So it's not a clean cut line either, correct? That's a little bit of blue that's right through there.
That would be option number 1.
That's option 1.
And if you look at option number 2, it's clearly defined with the highways, interstates, the river, and Morris Road. And if you look at the geography of where the schools are located, the students are attending in their neighborhoods.
So I can't help but wonder. Option 2 really cleans up the lines, and we know from research that community schools are the most successful schools. However, we have 55 students that have already made friends and have a school community. I can't help but wonder if we grandfathered in those 55 students. Only those 55 students.
You run into a problem with the younger siblings, perhaps.
Possibly. But what I mean, we're working hard to get these into school communities and also trying to anticipate the growth that we've been told time after time and time again that's gonna happen on that west side. So we, at some point, this will have to clean up. And we've already been suffering from kicking the can down the road. I mean, the Ann Parish community, the Valencia Elementary community, and folks going over to Raymond Gabaldon, that's an example where that cleanup is a very nice cleanup. Keeps kids in their school community area. But the immediate concern are those 55 kids. So, and the thing that I would hate to see is us back in the same area because folks do buy and sell homes. Is that it would be those 55, because granted, this map is so tiny. But that little Boot Hill area with Catherine Gallegos seems to be about the same geographic area as that little chunk that's going on the east side of 314 that now goes into LLES. So I mean, at some point in time to have that Boot Hill nice and clean, but for those 55 kids to be grandfathered in or considered on a case-by-case basis would be the most fair to those kids. The same thing for the 4 kids or 4 parents that were unhappy out of Ann Parish. That could be a transfer request and a case-by-case basis as well. But that's 4 in comparison to 55.
Correct.
And what of the Valencia elementary students that would be basically forced to go to Ann Parish? We're saying that we're gonna listen to KGE, but those that are entrenched in Valencia Elementary, tough luck, they have to stay at Ann Parish. First of all, let me go ahead and start this conversation by saying I love all of our schools. And I think to speak poorly about any of these schools is a disservice to this entire district and the educators within this district. So I'll preface it by that comment. And I also preface it by when people select where they choose to live. Some people choose land where they choose to live based on elementary schools and test scores. But some of us have been here for years and have had our kids go to different districts. My son was one of the first to go to Valencia High School, and I'm glad he did. It's a great school, as is Los Lunas High School where he teaches now. So anyways, so I just wanted to go ahead and get that up. I don't want to devalue the opinion of any of the parents. Just because those parents weren't present tonight, they did express their concern and about moving their children. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much for making that comment. That was absolutely appropriate. So back to Valencia, I was looking at my notes. We had 15 responses, 10 had comments. And those 10 that had comments were primarily about transportation, Mrs. Chavez?
Correct.
So they're in Valencia. So help me understand, their comments were about, we've been going to Valencia, now we're going to go to Valencia Middle School. Will my child be transported? Did they think that maybe they would, by the boundary changing, that the parent would have to transport them to Valencia Middle? Is
No,
that what I'm understanding?
they were wondering where the transportation would lie now because their students have been attending Valencia Elementary and now they're concerned about transportation to stay at that school. So
Okay, so,
The transportation would now be provided to Ann Parish for those students.
okay, so pretend, because I don't know the numbers, but pretend out of those 10 that responded, said they were concerned about transportation and wanted to stay in Valencia, those parents would need to then transport next year. Correct?
with these-
Pretending. that
Pretending
was
with
the
these
number.
proposed boundaries, correct?
Okay,
And it is important to note that parents can put in for transfer requests. There are many parents that do in our district. And most of those requests are granted based on school enrollment and capacity.
well, and one of our criteria is if you've been a student there before, and then if you have a sibling.
Correct,
Aren't those the two priorities, top priorities?
correct.
Okay,
And we have many parents who decide to transport their children. So we have some parents that do live in the RGE neighborhood and they transport their students to Ann Parish. As far as if they live in the community that's outlined in blue, they're transporting their students to Ann Parish.
So going back to the original map one, current boundaries, can we go to that one really quick? Thank you. And if you'll go ahead and inflate the Ann Parish district for me, that shows the RGE and Valencia. Per the presentation, we have a total of 74 students that basically would have to find some type of transportation if they wanted to continue with RGE, which eventually will be quite a commute, and then Valencia just down the hill as well.
Correct. There are 38 from Valencia Elementary. Now that is pre-K through 5th grade. The 6th grade students have been transitioned to their school they're going to attend for middle school. And 36 pre-K through 5th grade students from Raymond Gobaldon.
and on that particular survey, we only had 3 respondents.
Correct.
And that was open for over a week and a half.
Correct. And the biggest impact to all of this, I'm not saying it's not impacting any other students and not giving them as much weight as all these students, because this does impact, this is big changes for our district. When you look at Ann Parish, they are looking at attending a new middle school and a new high school.
Say that again.
So all of Ann Parish will be attending a new middle school and a new high school with the new proposed boundaries. They will all be going to Valencia Middle School and Valencia High School at some
I'll
point.
go to JAG.
Correct.
Right now, yeah.
And that does impact more than all the other schools.
But we only had about 4 persons saying that they were Tiger true and true.
Correct.
So again, the transfer policies open.
And we would start with the 6th grade class from Ann Parish, starting at Valencia Middle School. And our current 7th through 11th grade students would be stay put.
So let me ask you, it sounded like what the acting athletic director said is they would be bona fide residents and it would not impact eligibility. Why would they need to stay in the school they're going to? I mean, if they're gonna be a bona fide resident after this change, why not just rip off the Band-Aid and have them go if they're gonna be eligible?
They could, however, you have some 11th grade students that have been at either high school, depending on where the boundaries lie. And for them to start their senior year and conclude their senior year at a school that they haven't attended, that would be a change for them.
They could apply for a transfer just like other students.
Correct.
Or, and then it says current 7th through 11th. Does that mean that if they're in 7th grade right now, they would continue all the way through high school?
If they so choose.
Because that also, why not, if they're in 7th, by the time they get through with 7th and 8th grade, why not go to the corresponding high school instead of feeding to a different high school?
I think it's very valid, and we talked about that, Cabinet and I, when we met with Mr. Garcia, we looked at what the options were. If there are students that decide to attend in the Meadow Lake community and they're going to be 8th graders and they want to attend Valencia Middle School, and we start looking at the numbers, then we'll provide transportation.
So I do kind of understand if you're in Los Lunas High School and all of a sudden now your district is
Valencia High.
Valencia High School. I do see that being a rough change, but if you're an eighth grader and the school that you will be feeding is Valencia High School,
Mhm.
why not just make it Valencia High School where maybe right now they'd be going to Los Lunas High School? Why not just cut the Band-Aid off or rip the Band-Aid off and just
I think the only thing that might be a drawback there, Mr. Talley, is we may have eighth graders who've already been allowed to compete at the high school level.
In varsity
So they would
sports.
have already made their first and only allowed. Because when you select your high school, that's considered your one time that you get to select the next one unless you move. You would have to wait out the year for eligibility. So I'm wondering,
Didn't Mr. Hayes just say they'd be bona fide? So that wouldn't count against them for eligibility?
I do believe they would be a bona fide residents. So if you,
Because we changed the boundaries on
we're
it.
changing where the boundaries are.
So there would be no year of waiting for eligibility.
So they'd be fine.
Okay. So your biggest concern is the 7th and 8th grade. Why not just say 9th through 12th? If you've been wherever you've been, you could stay.
So that's the biggest concern, but the other concern is why not just, these are the new boundaries and let's go. I mean, we've been kicking the can down the road for how long now? And we tried to pass a motion. I put out probably 13 different motions. Yeah, and they all fell flat on their face because we didn't want to proceed. So, I mean, why not just make it all or nothing?
Well, I do feel for high school kids. 9th
Yeah.
through 12, I feel for the high school kids. I see your point with the 7th through 8th grade kids.
So I think I could concede the high school kids that are already in a high school. Yeah, I kind of understand that. But other than that, I don't see any reason to not just, this is the change and this is where we're going.
So you're looking at this group, the 7th grade students that currently attend Los Lunas Middle School that live in the impacted boundary, which would be Meadow Lake community. They would attend Los Lunas Middle School 7th and 8th grade, and then in 9th grade, they would go to Valencia High School
Yeah.
Unless they opted to change sooner.
and do an out-of-district transfer.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Vickers?
our family lived through that. I have 3 kids.
We did.
They went to 3 different high schools and we never moved. My oldest son went to New Mexico military. My daughter went to Los Lunas High School because Valencia hadn't been built yet. And my youngest went to Valencia High School because it was done, it was built, and that was no big deal for that. We were happy that she wouldn't be driving across the river to go to high school, all the way through main part of town. It was a great option for us, so I think if people just look at it a reasonable way, they'll see it's so beneficial to the people that live on that side of the county. To just have a high school right there, that they don't have to deal with Los Lunas traffic and crossing the river and all of that. And to me, the high schools are totally comparable. I had a kid that went through Los Lunas High and one that went through Valencia High. No issues at all. And that has always been a push in our district, that for whichever school you're at, you're going to get the same education, the same quality of staff and facilities as any other school.
It's a very good point. Thank you, Mr. Vickers. So
I think it's good to remind everyone too, that eventually there will be an off-ramp from I-25. And eventually there will be another bridge, and I hope we see it in our lifetime. However, until such time that traffic keeps getting worse, more and more construction, both on the east side and the west side and the far east side and the far west side. And so there are some decisions that need to be made, and I agree with Mr. Kelly. We keep kicking this down the road. We're just passing this on to another board.
we are.
Yeah.
Mrs. Chavez, for the folks in that boot hill, If this board chose to go with option 2. Because we haven't had a motion yet, we haven't had a vote yet. Those folks in the Boot Hill would then have to, apply for a transfer to Catherine Gallegos if they chose to stay there. Correct?
Correct,
And then they would need to transport their child into Catherine Gallegos
correct.
on their own.
Correct. One important consideration, we already have a large amount of vehicles going through Catherine Gallegos Elementary. So as we grandfather this in, you will increase possibly the number of drivers going through that pickup and drop off route.
I'm not as concerned about the Boot Hill and the Catherine Gallegos versus RGE because those will both feed into Los Lunas Middle School and into Los Lunas High School. So that really doesn't affect the NMAA option for the student athletes, the 8th, 7th, 8th graders that are playing up. So it's just a matter of whether or not we're having buses cross Main Street and where do they cross at Main Street? I'm just curious. Do they cross by the Walgreens light?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
So I live in
Good
the
luck with that.
current zone for RGE and there are buses going up and down throughout the neighborhood.
Right, they come up through
Canal and then Hillside.
Hillside, and then, or Grant.
Or Valley View.
Camelot.
And then Camelot.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
So you said that's not your biggest concern. What is your biggest concern?
No,
Mrs.
that,
Lyons?
it really, that isn't a concern to me. I think where we have either option, basically with 1 or 2, I think we've addressed that we've got an east side of the river and a west side of the river, and eventually the students will have to start participating in the sports. I guess right now, my concern too is the RGE students that are in Ann Parish basically are now going to stay in Ann Parish, where before, if they were thinking they were feeding or their family members fed into Los Lunas High School, you're not your JAG Nation, which I agree, Mr. Vickers, it was done before, and that's kind of a real focus right now. And then just the little slivers that we've got. I guess we can address the little slivers as they become Boot Hills, or the little sliver there for RGE that is on the east side of 314. I guess we can address that as the population grows. I do believe that option 2 is where boundaries will eventually lie just based upon growth. I do think RGE will eventually flow into west of 25, especially when that bridge, the off-ramp does. And I do think that KGE, you're gonna keep developing further north.
Yeah,
So
it's already up there.
it's already up there. So they did a great job on these boundaries, by the way. So
I know that we've worked with Colleen pretty hard.
I know that
Yeah.
change is hard. When I was in elementary school in this district, I went to 3 elementary schools.
Yeah.
And I started off at Daniel Fernandez Elementary. I attended Raymond Gobaldon Elementary, and then I finished at Catherine Gallegos Elementary. And it was a result of the growth in this community. And that's what happened. And as we are growing, changes as this have to be considered. I believe in all of our schools. I know that all of our schools are going to do what's best for our students. We will work with families. That's why we have an out-of-boundary transfer request. But I think, and especially looking at Valencia Middle School and Los Lunas Middle School, we have a very lopsided population. And looking at Valencia Middle School and walking around the campus versus Los Lunas Middle School, there's room for students at Valencia Middle School. And I think we need to acknowledge that we need to support Valencia Middle School and start to add students to that school, while helping Los Lunas Middle School, because you walk in some of the classrooms and they're filled to capacity. And we have no more room for classroom space at Los Lunas Middle School. Or minimal.
Ms. Chavez, was there a vote by parents on whether or not option 1 or option 2, were they presented with those 2 options?
No, we did not, but we had the 2 different proposals from Colleen and looking at how we can grandfather in. I think we have some choices to make. And it's never going to be easy. The decisions and the discussions have started. Initially, this started in February of 2020. And then a month later, the global pandemic occurred. So in between then and today, there's been different proposals. We also did see a decrease in our population shortly after the pandemic and coming back. So that was we wanted our kids to come back to school. We're starting to see that growth. If you look at this boundary map and you look at the outline of the LL Hill and you look at Union Ranch, that neighborhood in blue, the master plan community, is going to be very large. Thousands of homes are planned for that area of our community. I've seen that. Yep. And we have to be prepared. When you look at the growth that's happening in Los Lunas, if you look at the boundary north, that's the SLEDA boundary, that's the reservation line. The homes that were built in that community started in 1996, 1997 with the Savage Thomas homes. Prior to that, you had the homes on Mesa Loop, and those homes have been there probably since the 80s. That area didn't experience growth until around 1996, 1997. And then the Pulte homes started coming in around 2005. And homes, custom homes, Richard Fuller homes, I think, in that area started to be built. And it has continued the next 20 years to where it's currently at.
Also, Ms. Chavez, like Mr. Talley stated, you know, we had this discussion close to a year ago, and the big concern was, do we have space for those east side schools? And we do have space. We have room at Valencia Middle School. We have room at Valencia High School. And that's why we've been kicking this around and pushing and pushing and pushing. I think we just make a quick, not a quick, but a decision and.
Move it.
It would have to go. We can all have stories where we live one where, if that goes somewhere, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Sorry.
Dr. Osowski,
Yes, Mr. Talley?
there's one slide left.
There is.
Oh,
Can we look at the one
Yeah,
slide
please.
or?
Is that
skip
the one with
slide?
questions?
Cause then we can, no, there are 4 questions, but we've already,
One with
I just think
questions.
we've had a lot of questions. If we do this slide, maybe we can actually get a motion out on the table.
So the final piece is timeline. So parents will be notified via remind of any changes. That was the most requested form of communication. Information will also be on the district website, and we would have parent nights at the elementary schools and middle schools, and possibly Valencia High School, where parents could be, would have an orientation. Transfer requests do begin on February 24th, which is Monday. And that the transfer requests are out of our Ms. Jessica Montaño's office in the Curriculum, Instruction, and Accountability Department. And then registration would open soon after. New student registration, we accept year-round, and then we would be returning registration for our students. Pre-K and kinder registration would happen in late April. And then the last slide is questions.
We've asked a lot of questions. I want to,
Well, that transfer time, like I said, you can transfer, the school has to have availability for the students, correct?
Correct.
So in other words, just because you want to transfer, doesn't have to be.
Correct. There is the process.
so I want to make a point off of Mrs. Simoya's comment. My youngest son attended RGE. My youngest son had 4 nominations to each one of the military academies, with a total of about 1.8 million in scholarships. He's now a major and a pilot with over 120 decorated performance acts in service to this nation. So I too stand with Mrs. Moya when she said that all of our schools have high quality teachers and exceptional leaders, and we're working constantly to improve all opportunities for all. So I'm just going to say publicly, sir, I did not appreciate that conversation. And so I'm going to be the first one to put my name on it, because we have outstanding staff and we're working hard to keep it improving. So I am going to call for a motion, please, either on option 1 or option 2. So I am going to make the motion. I move that we accept the proposed boundary for option 2 as presented by Acting Superintendent Chavez, with all of the caveats presented in the presentation with the exception of the 7th and 8th grade, beginning the 25-26 school year. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We've had discussion. Do we need more discussion, board members?
Clarifying question for 7th and 8th grade. That would be for both middle schools?
You have a statement in here for that. Let me find the page. This was a great presentation, by the way, lots of good data. Current 7th and 7th through 11th grade students would remain with their current boundaries. I said with the caveat of the 7th and 8th grade, so it'd just be 9th through 11th grade students.
Thank you.
No, great, good clarification.
Thank you for that.
9th through 11th grade students would remain through with their boundaries. So I have moved, Mr. Talley has seconded. We've had a clarifying question. Is there any other discussion? I am calling for the vote. Mrs. Simoia,
I vote yes.
Mr. Talley,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. We are now on to item M. Presentation and approval of the board policy, the third reading. B, 900, board organizational meeting. Okay, I'm going to lead this conversation. I was asked, I'm sorry.
Minute break. Break to let parents.
I'm sorry, what?
2-minute break.
To let parents.
We need a 2-minute break. Thank you very much. 8:58 on break. Well, I have, I made a note in here and then I don't know.
Yes, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate that.
No, we built them at ours. Okay, we're at a 2-minute break. Yeah.
So. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Calling the meeting to order. It's 9:02 PM.
We need to have more controversial agendas. We get a lot more participation from the community.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Talley. On that note, let's go to item M, presentation and approval of board policy, third reading, B900. And if I can just take a moment to breathe. Thank you for everybody's participation. I know that was a tough one to get here. All righty. Okay. So I'm going to start this one. We have had numerous conversations and we had some comments from our second reading about when to have the swearing in. So so we talked about definitely setting the first Tuesday in January to be when we would administer the oath of office to newly elected members. And then we had this conversation about, well, what do we do if? So it was the what do we do if? So the second paragraph is attempting to address the what do we do if? So we're going to pretend we have a new board. It's January. And maybe 3 of the members are brand new. There is not an officer, ranking officer. So the first line says, the meeting shall be called to order by the president of the board for the preceding year. Well, let's pretend that that president was not reelected, chose not to run. Anyway, the president is not in. If that person is not a member of the board, comma, the meeting shall be called to order by the ranking officer. That should make sense because maybe the vice president or the secretary from the preceding year may still be on the board. If there are no ranking officers present in the current board, prior to the start of the meeting, the incumbent members shall flip a coin to determine the temporary president, who then can call the meeting to order. The problem with how we were talking about it in the last meeting was that we're coming in, somebody's got to call the meeting to order, and then you're going to elect somebody to call the meeting to order. That was kind of a redundancy. So we will know after the election in November, we'll know the next day if there's going to be an incumbent or if there's going to be any ranking officers. If there isn't, it can, I don't care if we put it in here, a coin flip, arm wrestling, I don't know, something, but the idea being a civilized manner to say who's going to call the meeting to order, ask for the Pledge of Allegiance, is the agenda approved, and then you go into the next item because there's only one business item on that agenda. Am I correct? And that is the election of officers. You swear them in and then you elect them. So it's not a complicated agenda. So that is the, those are the changes that I put into yellow. Mrs. Wolf was asking me for clarifications, but while we were in Santa Fe. And then I skipped a point, go up to the first paragraph, and you will see in yellow, stricken out or appointed and qualified. So I want us to reread that sentence. Unless the board, by motion and vote, decides to reorganize sooner, the regular term of office for each officer shall be 1 year or until their successor has been elected, appointed, or qualified. So this is where, taking the case of Mrs. Simoya. Mrs. Simoya did not come in when she was appointed by this board, did not come into the VP position. She came in as a member to the position. So the wording there shall be for 1 year, or shall be 1 year, or until their successor has been elected, appointed, or qualified. The board does not appoint or qualify an officer. The board elects. So that's where I got rid of the terms in yellow or appointed and qualified. Does that make sense? My rationale?
That's fine.
So those were the changes that I took note of from our last meeting. Did we miss something that was of significance?
No, but Madam President, I do believe in paragraph 2, we do have the repeating.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so if we could correct that.
Yeah,
because
we have
are
a-
on third reading, correct?
We're on the third reading, so we're ready to vote.
Okay.
Which means, yes, it'll be cleaned up. It'll be grammatically correct.
Thank
and
you.
It'll be the sentence structure. Hey, I was doing this on an iPhone. I was really excited
Impressed
that
on
nothing
that.
was deleted.
Okay.
So, is there any other comments? Something that you want to put out here? Because I'd like to call for a motion. We can go into discussion then.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the policy as currently amended.
I second it.
Mr. Vickers has moved and Mr. Bennett has seconded to accept B 0900 BDA Board Organizational Meeting as presented in the third reading with edits. Is there any discussion? I would like to call for the vote, please. Mr. Tally, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yeah.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Hot dog, we are on item M, or I'm sorry, P4. I had trouble with the alphabet tonight.
No worries.
Okay, item T4, sub-item D, Creative Recreational Designs Incorporated, additional ADA playground components for elementary schools out of the 11,000 operational. Members of the board, the reason that I dissented this on the consent agenda was we had a situation not too long ago where we had an opportunity to have a parent present to us that maybe some of our playground equipment at our KA schools might not be as inclusive of our special education students as we would like it to be. After that, Mr. Tally did talk about a work session topic to start examining what we provide for our special ed students, and he did list quite a few topics. So in the January finance meeting, I did ask specifically for Mrs. McMahon to present or provide for the board a comprehensive plan to where we could upgrade all of our playgrounds, our KA playgrounds for all of our schools so that we have nice equal treatment in facilities. So with that, I would like to ask Mrs. Chavez for the next steps from your side, please, and for the presentations.
Absolutely. I would like to invite Mrs. McMahon to present on the next steps in looking at our elementary playgrounds. Thank you, Mrs. McMahon.
Madam President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Chavez. What we're going to show you today is we did an evaluation of all of our elementary playgrounds and utilizing a budget that we had and the space available at our school sites, we were able to find equipment to add currently with minimal, invasiveness to what's existing on our school site. So I'd like to go over that with you today on what we're proposing to install. So with this, communication boards would be purchased for all of our elementary schools. These are large boards that would be installed in every playground that are two-sided. They serve as a way of communication for our nonverbal students to be identifying things as presented here, whether it's emotions, items that they want to do in the playground, and to assist outside. Next, what we are providing on the next slide is ADA swings to be added at all of our elementary school sites. We do currently have one school site that we observed at Valencia Elementary that currently already has one of these swings. What we would be purchasing is the individual swing and replacing an existing belt swing on our playgrounds, so it would be something that would be done relatively quickly, and putting these up at all of our schools. The next slide that you'll see is we'll start going into the individual schools and what we'd be presenting at Parish Elementary. With the space available, we'd be looking at, on top of the ADA swing and the communication board, we'd be adding what we call a cozy cocoon. It's to the right. You'll see there, it spins around. It kind of serves as a de-escalation kind of pod for students as well. When they need that space. We're also looking at adding what is called a playhouse that has different accessibility features for students that are on the spectrum, as well as a space for them to de-escalate should that need to be used at a time outside in the playground. So the next slide, what we'd be looking, we have a little bit more space at these 4 schools, which would be Bosque Farms Elementary, Desert View Elementary, Catherine Gallegos Elementary, and Valencia Elementary. Due to the availability of space, we're able to add kind of a music station at each of these school sites that will all be wheelchair accessible and sensory accessible for the different sounds and music tones that they provide, as well as the playhouse and the cozy cocoon. The next slide is Los Lunas Elementary. Unfortunately, we don't have the space for the playhouse. And due to that is each of those items in the playground require a fall radius. So if a kid climbs up on that and jumps off, you have to have so much space around there. So due to that, we're able to add additional music features along the sidewalk area, kind of give them a music hall, so to speak, outside, as well as a cozy cocoon. And then our next slide is what I think a lot of people tend to look at when you think of ADA compliant features in a playground or something that's fully all immersive for a wheelchair. And this is kind of one of those items that you would get. It is a glider where a wheelchair is able to come up and play with their peers, and it glides back and forth. Unfortunately, these do take up a large space within the wood chip pod. So the schools that we're able to do this in is Raymond Gobaldon Elementary, Sundance Elementary, and Tomet Elementary. And that's because we're using existing space within their playground currently to receive this. And so these are all items that are considered accessibility and ADA compliant playground features that we're hoping that we can add to all of our elementary school sites. With that, is there any questions?
Do we have any questions, Mr. Vickers?
Well, this all looks really good. You know, we've been working on playground improvements since I was on the board the first time, 30 years ago. And some of you who've been around know there was a student that died from a fall at Ann Parish off the monkey bars. Now, he was standing on the very top and lost his balance and fell on his head, but we were, you know, looking at playground improvements at that point that are cushioning and stuff like that. So I guess it's a never-ending quest. What kind of cost is this involving, and where is the money coming from?
I believe it is coming from the operations fund, which also includes the installation of it. So there are 2 different, we're buying the equipment from one vendor and then it's another installing. And I think we're just under 600,000 if I'm right on that number for it combined for the product and installation.
Well, since it's being ADA compliant, wouldn't there be a federal component to that money? Federal contribution?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to refer that to Ms. Chavez.
Mr. Vickers, so looking at the allowable cost for any equipment, we cannot exceed $5,000 using federal funds. So it does become a consideration of budget. We cannot go over $5,000 per item. And looking at the different items that was presented by Mrs. McMahon, some of them do exceed $5,000. So it would not be an allowable cost out of the federal funds. We asked.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if you could do some of it with federal funds, and the expensive ones we would have to do ourselves. So.
Right.
Yeah. It's a mandate, right?
Correct.
Funded.
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And this, you're taking care of all the elementary schools, right? Everybody.
Correct. The only one that you didn't see on here is Peralta Elementary. They're going to be receiving full playgrounds, full pre-K areas, but however, we are purchasing one of the communication boards, which our current contractor that is installing the playgrounds is going to go ahead and include that in their installation as well. So we did get that confirmation from them.
Mr. Talley, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple questions. These items, first of all, I think this is great, great additions. These items look to be a lot, plastic. Is the material something that is, because, you know, here in the hot sun, the lifetime of these things, is this something we're gonna have to replace in 2 or 3 years and incur another cost, or what is the lifetime of these?
I don't think you'll see it in 2 or 3 years. It's more like 15 years, where we start seeing wear on the plastic, which there are different parts that we are actively replacing annually on playgrounds. Recently, we just replaced some parts at KGE where the plastic, it just over time in the sun in New Mexico, unfortunately does happen. But usually we see a lifespan of at least 15, if not 20 years on some of them.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Simoia?
Yes, could you explain the process with RGE installing it now and then possibly moving these? Well,
So,
RGE in general.
so just with any of the playground equipment that we put in, we install it where it's at currently.
Okay.
A lot of it can be moved in the future or to another school site, say like a pre-K center. We have a pre-K center where we don't have pre-K anymore. What do we do with that equipment if it's no longer needed at a school site? Right now, like our kindergartens would naturally gravitate to our pre-K equipment and anything like that. If it's newer and it's only on a site for a couple of years and we do want to move something, say like a cozy cocoon that's a little simpler, that can be relocated as we even adjust schools or navigate through how we utilize spaces at schools. Preferably, we'd like to keep it in its spot to reuse, but that is also an option that we can look at if it's ever needed in a future case.
And then question about the installation, is this done with, are they purchased out of state? They purchased in New Mexico, or they purchased out of state? And the installation company, is that a New Mexico labor, or is this coming from out of state as well?
As far as the installation goes, it is a New Mexico company that is done in-state,
Okay,
that are from in-state,
and the equipment is manufactured
elsewhere, yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
My question is, can the board have a cozy cocoon?
I want to go right now. I need a cozy cocoon right now.
You might, but larger one.
I want to see.
Communication board.
You want a communication board? I didn't see some of the things on there that I might want to use, so.
Okay.
Okay, very
Okay.
good. I'm gonna call for a motion, please, to approve item P4, sub-item D. Creative Recreational Designs Incorporated, additional ADA playground components for elementary schools using the 11,000 operational fund.
Madam President,
Yes, Mrs. Simoia?
I move that we approve item P4D, Creative Recreational Designs, Inc., additional ADA playground components for elementary schools using the 11,000 operational.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Talley. It's been moved by Mrs. Simoia and seconded by Mr. Talley to approve item P for sub-item D, Creative Recreational Designs Incorporated, additional ADA playground components for elementary schools utilizing the 11,000 operational funds. Is there any discussion? Having no discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Talley,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Dr. Osowski, I would like to thank Mrs. McMinn. She took great time and dedication on this project. It's very near to many of us, all of us. We do want to make sure that this is recognized. So thank you, Mrs. McMinn, and thank you to your team. It did take many hours and research to ensure that our students have access to this equipment. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you
Agreed.
very
Thank you.
much. We are now on to item O, her Q. What? P, Q. We're on P, Q, Q. We're on Q. New business. At this time, I will ask if there are any board member requests for topics to be discussed on upcoming work sessions and or regular or special meetings.
Madam President,
Yes, Mrs. Simoia.
having attended the 2025 school board conference, there was some conversation in regards to wellness and well-being. That NIMSIA can possibly offer our districts. I would love to see one of our board meetings have a presentation either from NIMSIA or from our own district as to what we're doing to offer our employees emotional, physical, and mental support.
So,
Through NIMSIA.
okay, presentation, so at any meeting,
Yeah.
work session
Work
or
session
regular.
or board meeting, either one.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Simoia. Any other topics from board members? This information was for the purpose of gathering input. No action is needed at this time. We are moving into R, the announcement of meetings. This brings us to the announcement of meetings as allowed by the Open Meetings Act and the District Open Meetings Resolution. On occasion, a quorum of the board members attend the same function, including school and district celebrations and ceremonies, as well as sports functions, conferences, workshops, trainings, and community events. Board members will refrain from discussing and or acting on Los Lunas Schools Board of Education issues in those settings. In addition, only official meetings are published, and if other meetings are scheduled, they will be announced in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. With that being said, I would like to announce the following meetings. February 20th, 2025, Superintendent Search Advisory Committee meeting in the Central Office Boardroom, 5:30 p.m. Invitation and attendance is by invitation only. On March 11th, 2025, the Finance Committee will be meeting in the Central Office Conference Room at 3:00 p.m. On March 11th, 2025, the Audit Committee meeting will be in the Central Office Conference Room. This is attendance is by invitation only at 4:00 p.m. I am going to be calling for a work session on March 11th also, and that will begin at 5:30 p.m. and it will be in the Central Office Conference Room.
On the 11th?
On the 11th,
What time?
5:30. And we will be discussing the calendar. Given the new information from the recent settlement of the lawsuit, we will have we hope to have a presentation by PED to further understand our boundaries before we move into the finalizing that and going into budget. On March 2025, I will announce a work session also at this one beginning at 4:00 p.m.
Can you repeat the date on that?
I'm going to meeting you to death. On March 2025, work session at 4:00 p.m. That topic will be the approval of the NM dash plans for each school. That is a administrative regulation requirement we have not done ever. So having attended the latest training, we're behind the 8 ball. So we need to get those approved. We need to understand them, especially moving into budget where we'll be discussing program.
Did you say March 20th?
March 25th, 2025.
Thank you.
And then the regular board meeting will occur in the Central Office Boardroom at 6:00 p.m. That moves us into item S, closed executive session. I would stand for a motion to go into closed executive session.
Dr. Osowski, I move that we go into closed executive session for limited personnel matters, specifically review of applications for superintendent pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10:15(1)(h)(2).
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Talley and a second by Mr. Bennett for the board to go into closed executive session for discussion of limited personnel matters, specifically review of applicants for the superintendent. This is pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, section 10-15-1H2. This will be a discussion only. No action will be taken. Is there any discussion? I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia.
Yes.
Mr. Talley.
Yes.
Mr. Vickers.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. The board is in executive session at 9:26 p.m. No, get back here and we'll wait.
You think
Back and ready on all. Please remember.
It's on.
It's on, we're hot.
We're just gonna get Karen. So how long were we in there?
It was short, actually.
We're getting better. How was that, Sandy?
We missed you.
Definitely.
We missed you.
Mrs. Wolf.
Yes.
Ready? I would stand for a motion to go back in regular session.
So move. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Bennett and a second by Mr. Vickers to go back into regular session. Is there any discussion? Having no discussion, I'll call for the vote. Mrs. Simoia,
I vote yes.
Mr. Tally,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. The board is back in regular session at 10:00 PM. Item T, as announced, the Los Lunas Schools Board of Education went into closed executive session at
25,
what time?
9:25.
9:25 PM. Thank you very much. As stated in the motion, the discussion in closed executive session was for limited personnel matters, specifically for the review of applications for superintendent pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, section 10-15-1H2. I attest that no other topics were discussed than those listed in the motion and that no action was taken during the closed executive session. Item U is on the agenda is action is needed regarding the closed executive session. Are there any motions?
Madam President,
Yes, Mrs. Simoia.
I would move we offer the position of Superintendent of Los Lunas Schools to Acting Superintendent Susan D. Chavez, effective 7/1/25. And I further move that the board set an executive session, upcoming executive session to meet to discuss contract specifics.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Simoia has moved and Mr. Bennett has seconded to offer the position of Superintendent of Schools to Acting Superintendent Susan D. Chavez, effective 7/1/2025, and for the board to go into executive session at a later date to begin discussion of the contract details. Is there any discussion? Having no discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
Yes.
Mr. Tally.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very shocked and very honored, and thank you for entrusting me to lead our school district. I am very emotional. I love Los Lunas Schools. It's a huge part of who I am. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
You are most welcome. We are going to put a lot of faith in you.
Don't run before we get.
And we are,
Please don't.
we will become the premier district.
Yes, we
So,
will.
having said that, item V, adjournment. This leads us to the adjournment of the meeting. I would stand for a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Okay. Well, I think that was Bennett. I think that was Mr. Tally. Mr. Bennett has moved. Mr. Tally has seconded. I am going to call for the vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Tally,
Affirmative.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. This meeting is adjourned at 10:03 PM. Thank you very much. Please don't talk until the mic is out.
We're good.